get a drawdown in risk assets. Some people are arguing no, and some people are arguing yes to cash. Would you make that argument, Mohammed?
So I would be sympathetic to cash if I am as large as BlackRock is. Look, I know what it's like to be at a multi-trillion-dollar firm. When you need liquidity, you don't get liquidity. So you've got to plan way ahead than small investors. So I'm totally sympathetic with what BlackRock is doing, and I suspect if I was in their position, I would do exactly the same thing.
Well, Bob Michael's a big investor. So, Bob, why aren't you making that decision?
As I said, and we've got trillions too, but every day I get asked by clients, where can they put some cash? Every metric of cash we look at looks high, whether it's money market funds, which have ticked back up again, or you start looking at institutional cash balances, they've gone back up. Or you just talk to our clients in our private bank or institutional clients. Everyone has way too much cash, uncomfortably so, and they're looking for any pullback to put it into.
So, Bob, let me come back to you. What do you think the catalyst actually is then to draw down this cash pile that's been accumulated over the last 12 months? If it's not been the data we've seen already year to date.
I think it's just the passage of time. People took some profits. They're not getting the pullbacks they want. They'll get impatient. They'll start to put it back to work, and they don't see any accidents on the horizon. I think what's going on this month is the typical May anxiety. Everyone now is so focused to sell in May and go away. It's the first thing people bring to me during a conversation with a client. So I think it's just anxiety levels out there.
And we do it every single.
The Siri receives positive CHMP opinion from the EMA for the treatment of.
All right. Good morning. Good morning. Morning. It is Friday, the 21st of May. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. Let's see. David's in the room. Anthony, good morning. Daniel, good morning. Sean, Katrina, good morning, everyone. All right, so what can I tell you? The markets are pushing higher. Where is... All right, who moved my stuff? My kids have been in my room, my office again. Can always tell when... Oh, there it is. Okay. Can always tell. My father used to say, if you take a tool, make sure you put it back where you found it. You know, and you've seen the garages where they have the painted wrenches and stuff. I mean, I'm not that retentive, so to speak. But, you know, you get used to it when you're older. It reminds me of that movie with Clint Eastwood, where the kid comes into his El Camino, or whatever it is. Kid comes into his garage, and he looks at all the tools. And he says, wow, look at all those tools. And I don't know, it somehow gets to the conversation of, you know, well, a man knows how to fix everything with these two, duct tape and I think it was a pair of vice grips or whatever. Anyway, he's talking to the kid, and the kid said, where do you get all these tools? He said, well, over a lifetime, you know. And you think about it, you know, look at your parents, your father's tools, whatever. Anyway, I was just looking for something that disappeared. And it's always where it's supposed to be. So I don't have to go fumbling around for it. I could be blind and I know where things are. Anywho, futures are pushing higher. We're attacking the 4175 zone. That is a major level. If we get through that, we could see 4200 today. Okay. Levels were posted in the gamma channel. S&P 500 combo area, that includes spiders and the S&P 500. That combo area is 4205. And there is another level at 4193. That's the S&P, all right? So looking at the S&P 500. S&P 4193. All right, so that's just above this 4183. So that makes sense. 4200. So if we can get above 4183, that would be awesome. So the way we left it last evening, we were making a higher low. Tick cumulative was neutral to slightly red. The fast signal had crossed up, but we're starting to produce a series of higher lows. We need that higher high now. Maybe we'll get that today. Do remember that Monday, all of the options that are rolling off today, 50% I believe the S&P, or the Qs rather, 50% of the Qs is rolling off, 31% of the SPY. I forget how much is on the S&P 500. The point is that once all these options expire, Monday leaves us open to a move in either direction, higher or lower. Depends on how dealers are positioned. All right, so when those options fall off, that means their hedges are no longer needed. So they close all those hedges on Monday. We could see a run higher on Monday or run lower. So the point is that I probably wouldn't do anything big as far as trends are concerned on the spiders or the S&P for next week until next week, once I see what happens on Monday. I think that's a better strategy. Today would just be scalps. If we get above this level, we're starting to push above these levels right now. Going into the open, we got 3 minutes to go. Good morning. Robert, good morning. Al, good morning. Good to see you, Al. I opened the room on YouTube. It's open to anyone who wants to join us this morning. I'll probably go back to a private stream around noontime, maybe a little earlier, just the morning session. So I hope you guys don't mind, those of you who are paying members. All right, so David, good to see you. What are you trading, David? What are you guys trading? Why don't you post in the room what your main focus is today? NVIDIA, it's a 4-for-1 stock split on, I believe, July 30th for NVIDIA. All right, so that's got the stock moving this morning. Let's see, S&P 500. All right, we got 2 minutes to go. 2-minute warning. 2-minute warning. I only take profits first 15 minutes of the trading day when algos are doing their business. After 9:45, 9:50, I start to look for elevated relative volume relative to the same 5-minute or 3-minute or 1-minute, 15-minute, whatever you use intraday. The relative volume compared to the previous day is what I'm looking at. Okay, so like Viacom. Viacom, we're watching for something to happen on Viacom today. We're watching for evidence that they're buying. So when you see relative volume higher, all right, we're about to open. We got less than 2 minutes to go. Qs are breaking out. Qs are breaking out. Viacom, NVIDIA having a big impact this morning. We've got Facebook up, Apple, Roku's higher. We got the FANG 15. We'll keep an eye on this morning. If these 15 stocks, which make up more than 55%, 50 to 55% of the weight of the index, move higher today and above VIAC, that would be a good sign for the Qs. Qs are already, they closed above the 50-day last night. So we're looking for follow through. All right, so Robert, you're still on trading NVIDIA, TTD, and Tesla. All right. Good. Tesla calls. Tesla should continue. The fact that Tesla didn't sell off, we're less than a minute to go. The fact that Tesla did, there we go. That's the opening bell. All right, good luck, everyone. Good luck. First 15 minutes, I'm just taking profits off the table. The gap up on NVIDIA, I'd probably take a little bit off just to see what it does next. Most traders, we see most traders taking profits first thing in the morning. We do the same. Watch VIX. Have a chart of VIX up. There goes Boeing. Boeing is climbing. Boeing is going. All right, Boeing is going to start. They have production targets of, I think, 26 planes per month and a maximum of around 31 planes per month. They're ramping up production, so Boeing should get going. I don't know if it'll do it today, but Citigroup adjusted its price target to 240 for Boeing. Boeing is forecasting the 737s output as many as 42 planes in the fall of 2022. All right, they're talking about 31, 26 to 31 right now. So that's pretty interesting. SPY and the Q still moving higher. All right, so we're looking for these to be above VWAP. All right, VWAP will mature around 9:50 to 10 o'clock. Once we see that 10 o'clock level, we'll look at relative volume, see how it's doing. I'm going to go over and see what relative volume is doing. All right. Where did my chart go? All right, watching relative volume. You can look for relative volume names using the website stockbeep.com. Beep as in Roadrunner, beep beep. Stockbeep.com. You can follow those unusual volume leaders. We want to look for stocks that are trading above 2 to 1. I generally don't trade the crappier stocks that, you know, day traders, or not day traders, these penny stock traders pump. I'm looking for follow through. Let's see. Apple looks good. These are all fading now. So as anticipated, some of these are fading. NVIDIA on a gap up. Facebook has been above the 50-day, looking for a follow through. Tesla fading a bit, looking for a bounce after about 950. AT&T is on the move. AT&T is on the move. Intel following through. Intel. All right, growth stocks yesterday. We saw growth stocks had a nice spurt. The previous 2 days, Tuesday, Wednesday, this was starting to turn up like it did this second week of May. You see these little turn-ups. But yesterday, we had a really nice rip. There goes SPY. SPY is ripping higher. There goes SPY. Futures are ripping. All right, so dealers are most likely buying futures right now as they're closing put positions. We got 31% of SPY options are rolling off today. So dealers are most likely buying futures, closing puts. We have resistance overhead right in this area, and then 419, I believe it was, SPY. 416, 420. All right, so we're above resistance levels right now on SPY. Absolute gamma strikes. Growth stocks above the 21-day. Value stocks also getting bought. All right, so both of these groups are still in play. It's still early. I don't do much during the first 15, 20 minutes anyway. I'm just looking at the markets, keeping track of what's going on. Tick cumulative just went green on the 60-minute time frame. And we're seeing this on 5-to-1 up volume on the NYSE, tapering off a little bit, 2-to-1 on the NASDAQ, 4-to-1 on the NYSE. So the NYSE is 2,700 stocks, NASDAQ around the same, NASDAQ composite. We're looking for breadth to improve. We're seeing that on the NYSE at the present time. DocuSign, nice follow through, up 0.5%. DocuSign, nice little pop this morning, kind of faded. Not surprising. Solar stocks, we saw some activity on solar. We're looking for those bases at the lows to continue to push higher. Viacom, looking for a follow through. Viacom. Blog post this morning on the site, theclosingprint.com. Look at the blog. Viacom, subject of interest. DIA, diamonds on the move.
Shares of MoneyGram popping to the high, $8.38, up about 4%.
All right, the Dow Industrials.
ANBS halted on a circuit breaker for November Victor Sandy, halted on a circuit breaker now. Shares hitting a high of 42.58, up 61%.
There goes the
After the company announced
diamonds, the Dow Industrials. What do you want to do here? Let's go to the, let's see what's going on with the Dow. Dow Jones, the leaders, Boeing, 233.87, up almost 3%. SPY is on the move. Q's flat at the moment. As we see profit taking the first 15 minutes on those big cap tech stocks. 3 days of gains. All right, Intel following through. We got a position in Intel, looking for more on Intel. Intel's at the 21-day, looking for a breakout. Intel. All right, watching for follow through on Intel. All right, Intel looking for a follow through. I have shares. I don't have options. I want to add to a position in Intel. We'll see how it holds at the 21-day. If we get above this level, you got this congestion over here. See this little shelf here? All right, I'm looking for price to push in here. It should get a little easier up to about the gap. We get to the gap around 61, 62, 50 days overhead. So I'm looking for this area in here to be something of a vacuum. Not a huge vacuum, but enough to let price action ease back into this area over the next couple of weeks. SPY is on the move. SPY is ripping higher. 419 and 420 resistance levels on SPY. We've got 31% of the SPY options rolling off, expiring today. NVIDIA. All right, holding the gap. Facebook pulling back pretty fast. Apple pulling back pretty fast. These I'm looking for potential entries. Excuse me. Apple. I'd like some Apple. Only if it can hold above the 50-day. We briefly got above the 50-day and the 21-day yesterday and so far today. Not in a big hurry to do anything at the moment. Just waiting for the first 15 minutes. Boeing looks like it wants to keep going. All right, Cleveland Cliffs. Nice reversal on Cleveland Cliffs. Cleveland Cliffs. All right, Cleveland Cliffs is getting bought here. Watching Cleveland Cliffs. I'm looking for buyers to show up. I'm looking for a wick by the end of the day. Springing off the 50-day, could see 22, 23 again. So nice entry here with a stop under the 50-day. Let's see, about let's see where the low is 1880. Give it about, that's a 50-cent stop. 50-cent stop, can you get a buck out of this? Easily can get 2 to 1. 50 cents, you can easily get a buck, $2 out of Cleveland Cliffs. Don't chase it right now, just it's got to hold. It has to hold. Boeing is going. Boeing is going. All right, that looks good. Boeing. I had some calls that I thought were just going to be worthless. The 237.50s that expired today. They're up quite a bit right now. 237.50 for today. They were 40 cents when I bought them. What are they going for now? They're more than double. All right, they're at 90 cents right now. Bought them at 40. They're at 90 cents. Boeing. All right, let's see if this gets going here. Boeing. 95 cents bid. Ask. All right, see if we can't get a buck out of these.
FDX, FedEx to double large shipper peak U.S. residential surcharge, Foxtrot Delta X-ray. All right, Boeing looks good. All right, so Boeing, I marked up a chart this morning. What did I do with it? No, that's not what I wanted. Monthly does look pretty interesting, though. You see where all the buyers stepped up, and now we're starting to push a bit higher. Boeing, but you can see over here, see this gap right in here? Pushing through this area is going to turn that level overhead about 237. Let me draw a horizontal there, 237. That's right where those calls are. Yep, 237. We get through this level, this could accelerate pretty fast through this zone. That's what I'm looking for anyway. All right, sold half plus more than 100% there. So 125%. All right. All right, let's see if we can't get more out of this. Boeing looks really good. So if we get above this level, you got the Kirby overhead and then the 50-day, actually the 50-day first and then top of this level. All right, so you're in the Tesla June 4th, 580 call. Okay, let me take a look at this for you, Daniel. We're sitting right here It could be resistance, so keep an eye on it, but I'm thinking you're going to be okay. All right, so all this is right here is just a little bit of profit taking first thing in the morning. People probably nervous. They got a profit. Maybe they're surprised they woke up and, you know, they want to take some off. Hertz on the move again. Hertz on the move. IBM gapping up. Pretty strong candle on the gap up. I don't want to do anything. It's a Friday on top of everything else. We could see a fade from up here. Could see a fade. Killing premium on both sides. Outside of standard deviation 1. Spiders. Qs are continuing to drift lower on that weakness. Some selling. A lot of people taking profits off of the FANG stocks. We had a nice run the last couple of days. Intel is higher. Intel, I like it for more. VIX, watching the VIX. Watching VIX at the moment. If VIX can continue to fade under 20 into the 19 handle, we should see SPY push higher. Right now, SPY and the futures have run into resistance. We hit 41.82, got rejected on the futures. Tick cumulative is green. The fast signal is ripping higher. Fast signal is ripping higher. That's telling you they're buying.
Coming up at 10 existing home sales for April, 6.09 million plus 2%. That's coming up at 10 a.m.
Tick cumulative, the fast signal is ripping higher. It's going straight up. So they're buying something. Looking for that higher high. We've got higher lows. We got a bullish signal. And we're trading 4-to-1 up volume on the NYSE. That's pretty decent breadth. So right now, what I'm seeing is most likely profit taking. People nervous. They got a nice profit on NVIDIA, so they're taking their profits off. That makes sense to me. EMC looking for a follow through. That was active. Cleveland Cliffs up $1. Cleveland Cliffs up $1. Let's see. Do I want to add the Cleveland Cliffs? I'll wait. I'll wait on that. Cisco looking for a follow through. Cisco just a little bit off of what gains we saw yesterday. A lot of buying came into Cisco yesterday. Triple D is on the move. Triple D. Triple D, nice follow through. Plus 5%. It's plus 5%. Triple D right here. Triple D is still going. Watch Triple D. All right, I believe Kathy was buying this, but at some point, right? I don't know if she liquidated her position or whatever, but buyers are still very active on Triple D. Let's see, who is, Yala is back. Yala is back from 18. All right, Yala is the Twitter, if you will, or social media of the Middle East. Okay, so this one's, should be pretty active, you would think, considering everything that's going on. Still, I don't like to buy when price action is below the 9 and 21. I know some of you do, but this is markdown. On average, if you look at price action, it spends most of its time below the 9 and 21 day. Only about 10 days above the 50 day for the last 3 months. Okay, only about 10 days above the 50 day. So that's a confirmation of a markdown period. At some point, we're going to get above the 9 and 21 day. That'll be a better entry. For now, I'm just seeing a lot of volume coming in. Just wanted to note it. HRB, H&R Block. All right, that's trending. That looks good. H&R Block.
H&R Block trending. All right, if you're in this one, I mentioned this a few weeks ago. I think Anthony said, I think you said you do taxes, but bet you're happy that that's all behind you. You do quarterly taxes too, right? I imagine. For institutions, ALKS. Okay, ALKS, seeing above average volume. ALKS. With a swing, with a stop under 22, say 21.75. That looks really good. What's the ATR in this one? It's only 58 cents, but for shares, maybe in this for, I don't know, 23, a couple $100 on a swing. If you don't want to like watch every 5 minutes, day trade, you just want to swing it. Looks good here. Recent pullback, getting bought to the 21-day, the value area. 9s above the 21s, above the 50s, above the 200-day. You got stacked EMAs, RSI's rising. MACD starting to turn. Volume was high yesterday, above average. So we'll see. It's in play today. Looks like they're buying again. It's just shy of 2-to-1 R-ball. Future FinTech, FTFT. Future FinTech is active today, FTFT. All right, that looks pretty good for a $3 stock. I'm not really interested in $3 stocks, but this one's also below the 921-day and 50-day, 200-day. It's just above the 9 EMA today. Maybe this gets going. It's got an ATR of 40 cents. So it would need a lot of activity for a follow-through. Ford following through. All right, Ford, look at the volume yesterday, Ford. All right, so this is cleared a descending channel or descending broadening pattern. There goes SPY. SPY breaking out.
At 51.89, Alpha November Victor Sandy.
$420 is the target. $419 first. All right, Ford is going. Breakout on Ford of this descending pattern, connect the highs. There's no overhead supply. The new Ford trucks, electric trucks, getting a thumbs up. Ford. From Elon. Yeah, me too. Me too, Mikey. I like it. I'm torn between that and the Hummer EV. GM. All right, so it looks like things are settling down. NVIDIA looks like it could be a buy. Watch NVIDIA.
CMC, Charlie Michael Charlie, Commercial Metals. Traded circulation.
All right, so we got a nice follow through there.
Market research.
NVIDIA FT. Roblox is on the move. Roblox. Wow, Roblox is back above 32. Ho ho. There goes Roblox. Yeah, the Hummer I like a lot. There goes Roblox. It's probably going to run into resistance here, but if this is any sign that it's going to continue, this looks really good. Roblox. Don't chase it. Wait for a pullback, but it's definitely in play. Roblox just popped up on the list. Is trading 2.8 R-ball. There goes Roblox. Okay. Especially don't buy options up at the high of the day. Wait for it to pull back towards VWAP. Roadblocks looks good. Okay, watch roadblocks here. Don't chase it up here. You want to wait for a little flag or a pullback. I don't know that it's going to do that, so I would only play shares or spreads maybe. And even that's kind of risky. I'm thinking that it's just going to pull back a little bit. It's like shorts covering.
ANBS is open now, resuming trade Alpha November Victor Sandy. Shares continuing higher, 54.98.
All right, FedEx, you got a diamond breakout on FedEx. FedEx breaking out. Thank you, Lee Star. FedEx is breaking out. All right, so some of you have traded this one recently, FedEx. That looks really good. FedEx. Let me go with FedEx. Let me see what the options look like. FedEx. It's at the high of the day right now. I don't want to chase it up here. Wow, these were pretty expensive options. All right, let's wait for a little pullback. 315s. If I can get those for about $4 or a little bit less, that would be good. Looking at the 315s. I'm looking at the 315 call on FedEx, but I don't want to chase it. What I'm looking for is a little dip first. This looks good. You could buy shares. You don't have to worry about theta there. This looks like it's going to break out. I'm going to wait. Let it come back in. SPY's at the high of the day. All right, man, pretty active day so far. Wow. Roadblocks popping up on the screen. Boeing. Boeing looking good. Boeing, the top of the list. Boeing is most likely going to continue to stay in the top 10. Whenever you see them show up on the top 10 like this, okay, whatever it is, the S&P 500, this happens to be the Dow Industrials. These percent gainers, they tend to stay in this list. So Caterpillar looks like it could be in play as well. Caterpillar's a nice buy at the value area. Now, one caveat for me, you see RSI in the top panel is rising. What I like to do is wait for the follow-through day as a safer entry. We got wicks down here, so we know 235. They've been buying from 232 up to 235, the 50-day. So the likelihood is that we're going to follow through on Caterpillar. I like it. Caterpillar can have a nice rip on it. It trades $5.50 in ATR. It's currently up $2.90. So you could see another $2 on this one. Maybe, but I don't want to chase it. So Caterpillar, I'm watching closely. It's showing a nice RVOL. All right, relative volume on Caterpillar currently looks pretty good. All right, Spirit Aerosystems. I know Anton has traded this one recently. Spirit on the move, SPR. Spirit Airlines, Spirit Aerosystems. A nice reversal. Look at ATR here is about $2. It's up over $2, so don't chase it. The idea of looking at ATR, okay, so ATR can start to climb. We've seen this trade as much as 280, but that's the highs that we saw back in March. So this could be starting a new move higher. Watch the SPY continuation. We got tick cumulative 6-to-1 up volume on the NYSE right now. So they're buying, and the fast signal is confirming.
2.7% on existing home sales versus plus 2% expected. 5.85
All right, so existing home sales missing a little bit there, but pretty decent.
EU consumer confidence minus 5.
Lumber also. Lumber had a nice reversal. Okay, Louisiana Pacific. From what I understand, I was listening to Bloomberg last night, and apparently lumber prices are staying stable at highs. So we got 3 white soldiers here. Looks like building on Louisiana Pacific. Let's see, Boise Cascade. All right, that's bouncing. Weyerhaeuser. There's some other small cap. There goes Ford. Ford's on the move. Weyerhaeuser. So Louisiana Pacific looks the best. All right, that looks pretty good. Louisiana Pacific, maybe in the money options. Let's see what they'd look like. LPX. LPX. I'm thinking a couple of months. Give yourself about a couple of months. This maybe just out of the money. A 40 Delta. Looking for maybe a 40 Delta call on Louisiana Pacific. What do we got? August? Okay, August looks good. Or July. July looks good. All right. Louisiana Pacific, watching that one. July. All right, I'll look at these. There's not a lot of open interest, so that would be my main concern, that I could get out if I wanted to. So I'll come back and look at those, but that looks good too. HOFV, that's Hall of Fame is back. HOFV, Hall of Fame. Seeing some activity here. All right, so you got leg down, up, down. The leg up is starting on HOFV, Hall of Fame, Resort Entertainment. Let's see what that's trading. It's trading 2.2 R-ball. All right, it's got the 50-day overhead, looking for a follow-through. If that one gets going again. Boeing. All right, Boeing. BA, Boeing. All right, so a little bit of a doji here on that news. NVIDIA, Yalla. Don't want to trade pennies today. FireEye is trading 2 times. All right, so we had some concern about security. FireEye's on the move here. FireEye is trending, is breaking out of a downtrend. Draw a trend line through the highs. It's about $1 above that breakout. It's not a big mover. Trades about 80 cents per day. It's currently up 50. So looking for a follow through on that. All right, so it's buying the cues at the high. So we want the indices to be in our favor. We want a tailwind. We want price action to be moving higher. Right now, the futures are consolidating at the highs of the day on 5-to-1 up volume, NYSE. Fast signal is still rising and tick is green, so we're looking for that higher high. If we continue to see buying today,
There's a lot of cash out there. Mohammed Al-Arian was talking about it this morning. And one of the head strategists from UBS this morning, I believe it was, talking about that cash getting put to work. Where are you going to put it? In bonds? There's a lot of cash sitting out there looking to get put to work. All right, I was looking at something this morning that's very interesting for me anyway. Maybe not to you guys. But look at the 10-year yield on Japan. All right, so what's it doing? It's starting to turn. That would generally be forecasting economic improvement. This was an economic contraction, and same with Germany. Right, Germany's bonds, 10-year Bund is about to go positive for the first time since 2019. We were just above it in 2019, then we dropped below it. So we're looking for this to move higher. So what would that forecast? I'm thinking improving economic conditions in Germany. What about MT? MT is a steel company in Germany, right? ArcelorMittal. That's starting to bounce. What about Japanese steel? We got Japanese steel manufacturers. Was it Masabi? MSB. That's trending. I'm just thinking that markets are going to improve. We see that in our yields as well. Let's go look at bonds real quick. The markets are at the highs.
Shares of DR 367.41 at the high, up 3.25%. That's DE DR Delta Echo.
All right, so let's look at AGG. And junk bonds. Junk bonds should be moving higher if the markets are, if it's supporting the market.
RBLX, Roblox, Romeo Bravo Lima X-Ray, June $495 calls, almost 5,000 contracts on RBLX, Romeo Bravo Lima X-Ray.
All right, we got the June 95 calls trading on Roblox. June 95 calls trading heavy. June 95. All right, that's not a lot. The 90 calls, right? I think he's talking about a lot of volume here. A lot of volume. So I guess Nancy's going to be all right. Pelosi.
Shares of Roblox at 83.30 now, up about 9%.
It's buying the cues. Excuse me. All right, U.S. Steel. All right, let's look at the steel stocks. I like to pull back to the 50-day as well. Rob, I like the 50-day. Oh, that's your name, X, Rob X. All right, so AA looks good. All right, just above the 50-day. So the way I would like this to look is on Monday, be higher than 38. So I like the second day. This is definitely a nice 3-candle reversal. If this starts to pick up more, you could have a nice reversal in play. In Alcoa, you got other names in the group like Kalu, Kaiser Aluminum, and CENX. You want to see the whole group moving together. All right, CENX not so much. Let's look at the steel stocks. Steel. See how they're doing. All right, Cleveland Cliffs bouncing.
DR says anticipate net price.
All right, these are consolidating. Timken. All right, steel looks fine. Keep an eye on what's working today. Roblox is on the move. Roblox is trading 4 times regular volume. All right, stock is in play. Roblox stock is in play. Let's go see small caps. Triple D. Triple D is on the move. Triple D, nice breakout.
Deere says expects grain and oilseed consumption to outsource supplies.
Follow through day on Triple D. All right, we get above 27. That was the level. We're above 27 now.
Receipts in the U.S. are forecast to increase 30%. Deere executive says all
All right.
of the large ag order banks are now complete through the end of the
Triple D gets above this area. We could really see this accelerate. I might add to my shares in Triple D. Triple D is up $2.37. It's gone. Wow. Let me add to this. I'm gonna double my position in Triple D. All right, Triple D is on the move. Triple D is trading 2 times R ball. All right, let me save this. Above this area is no overhead supply.
Call sweep now. Charlie India Victor CCIV.
Okay, over here you can see this. Above this level. All right. So that looks good. Triple D. That's working. Triple D. The markets, we're just waiting for institutions. Looks like they're consolidating. Triple D is on the move. Wow, nice move on Triple D.
Deere says expects farm equipment demand
Added to Triple D.
into subsequent years. Says procurement of semiconductor chips remains a significant risk to production schedule for the remainder of the year.
Triple D is going big time. There it goes. All right, so we added to our position Triple D and moved our stops up. All right, Triple D looks good. Let me post this on Stock Twits.
KO Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola targeted by preliminary antitrust probe according to the EU. That from Bloomberg. Kilo Oscar. Shares of Coca-Cola dipping on that KO. HOTH, Oz Therapeutics getting a pop here to the high on small volume. HOTH. Deere executive says managing through significant inflation for both raw materials and logistics, which will continue to hit us through the second half of the year. That's Deere, Delta Echo.
All right, SPY and the Q's fading from the highs, so that's going to provide something of a headwind. Be careful. Be careful. Triple D is trading 2.1 times R vol, continues to move higher.
China, Vice Premier Lee says to crack down on Bitcoin mining and trading activities. That's China's Luhi. Bitcoin is selling off here now again on those comments, reiteration coming out.
Bitcoin selling off again. Ford higher.
UONE halted on a circuit breaker now, $9.86. Uniform Oscar November Echo. UONEK popping here as well, $4.56.
RIDE. Lordstown Motors moving higher.
BYFC, Broadway Financial, BYFC also popping here as well.
All right, Target. Nice follow through on Target.
CARV, Carver, Bancorp, spot into $9.54.
Target following through. Target's on the move. You see that, Rob? Target. Nice follow through.
JZXN, Juicy Holdings halted on a circuit breaker, $10.72. JZXN.
All right, Target. Did I mark anything up on Target?
Digital selling off on those China comments.
Target. Where are you? Target.
CAN, Canaan, dropping as well. Charlie Alpha.
Target.
DE Deer, Delta Echo Deer, says company intends to keep
197 to 225. Look at the volume coming in.
DE machine relatively tight heading into FY 2022. That's DE.
Target.
The block reporting crypto exchange FTX to raise up to $1 billion at
Target looks good.
value,
Still going. Target.
according to the block.
I'm going to post something on StockTwits here shortly.
Fauci
Still going. Target.
says U.S. to meet Biden's
This banner. Need to get rid of this banner.
The Washington Post.
Target.
Vice Premier Liu He says China to strictly prevent impact from external risks and effectively cope with imported inflation. Bitcoin futures continuing lower now, 38,950, following those comments out of China on banning Bitcoin. And crypto, UONE, Uniform Oscar November Echo, popping here after resuming trade, $10.13. UONE.
You can almost sense governments feeling like they're losing control over Bitcoin or have never had control over it. Tesla, bouncing all over the place. Tesla, looking for a higher low here on Tesla. All right, stocks are pretty shaky right now. They're choppy, pretty choppy. AT&T, nice pop, just went sideways. AT&T. GLD pulled back a little bit. All right. Safe Bulkers, SB, Safe Bulkers, a lot of traffic, news on shippers, bulk shippers. SBLK had earnings, I believe. They popped a little bit. Qualcomm's off a buck. Ford is up 21 cents. Ford looking for a follow through. Boeing. Looking for a higher low on Boeing. People taking profits up here at the highs. Looking for Boeing to continue higher. Triple D. Recovering in that little profit taking. Their little bout of profit taking right there. Look at the relative volume. Pretty obvious. Stock is in play. Cleveland Cliffs up 22 cents. It was up a buck there for a while. Freeport McMoran bouncing. Microsoft bouncing. AT&T bouncing. Roblox flagging at the moment. Roblox. Target at the highs of the day. Target. Triple D. Target. Starting to move away from VWAP. All right, let's look at that. Let's look at Triple D one more time. Nice looking stock. There's very little overhead resistance over here. You see these volume by price bands. Once we get above this 27 level, we start to open up. We're above the 921 50-day. 9 EMA is crossing up through the 50-day today, most likely. 200-day was tested, got back above the 50, 9 and 21-day. Looking like a pretty decent day. ATR is grinding upward, so we got more than $2 upside today already. So it's traded its ATR, but it looks like it's pretty active. So maybe an expansion day would get us up a bit higher. The idea over here is there's not a lot of supply. There wasn't a lot that's traded over here to slow things down. The next pivot level is 28.97 and then 34. Continues to push higher, triple D. GLD is starting to turn the corner. GLD was higher pre-market, came in a little bit, was trading up at 176 and change. GLD. All right, still trending. Every day is not going to be a holiday. Every day won't be higher. There'll be some times we're going to pull back, but you have to trust the trend. RSI is very strong. Volume shows institutions have been buying shares. The trend is intact, so what I look for at this point, not to buy the highs, but to wait for the next pullback to the 9/21 day. I should hold the 90 EMA like it did back here, second week of May. And buyers show up, so we're looking for this to push higher, maybe 183. Let's look at commodities. Let's check out commodities. Commodities should be bullish if economic growth continues. All right, we're seeing a little gravestone doji on the monthly time frame for CRB index, the commodities, Reuters Commodity Index, CRB. Let's look at gold. All right, gold. To start the week, we saw gold about to break out. We got the breakout on Monday. This is an end of day chart for what it's worth, end of day. So this is the way we finished off on Thursday, and we're flagging a little bit right now. Gold's starting to bounce, so buyers are stepping up. There's an imaginary candle you can't see here, but it's trending. RSI is showing muscle, looks like a bicep in profile. Okay, volume, definitely institutions have been picking up shares after the breakout. I think Joe Fahmy mentioned gold about 3 weeks ago. People scoffed at the idea that we're going to continue higher. I don't know why, because it looked pretty obvious. Descending channel was breaking out. Joe Fahmy on Twitter. So gold looks like it's trying to turn right here. GLD. GLD. Or if you're concerned about inflation, I'd be concerned about inflation. Should pick up. Even more so. I mean, petrol is pretty expensive. You know, buy a loaf of bread. It's about 50 cents more than what it was when we first moved here in November. Gas is up about $1 and change. Was $1.68 when I first moved here. It's close to $2.68. I think somewhere around there, $2.79 for regular. I know it's much worse out in Cali, the Cali out west. I think you guys are paying $5, north of $5. What's the gas, if you don't mind? What's your gas price where you live? I just posted in the live stream or in the trading rooms. What's the price per gallon by you for regular? Just curious. $3.95, $4.50. Yeah, that's in what? You're in Orange County, right? Orange County. JJ, you're Orange County, I believe. Okay, the OC. All right, love the OC. Love that area, especially by the beach. Took my daughter down there, my oldest daughter. She was graduating from high school at the time. Had a lovely trip. We drove from Frisco. We stopped on multiple places, Ventura Beach. I'm among other places. Made it all the way down to Orange County. And then went down to Point Loma and San Diego. Boy, that place has changed a lot, a lot. I went to boot camp in San Diego, in the Navy, and shipped out from Fleet Anti-Submarine Warfare School to Hawaii. That was a beautiful place to serve. All right, so the chaos has cleared this morning. The chaos has cleared. The dust has settled. And now we're starting to look for trends after 10:30. It's a Friday, so we'll wait a little bit longer on a Friday.
Letter U, Unity Software, June 110 calls active now.
Unity Software.
2,500 contracts on that trade. Currently at 92.94.
All right, looks like it's breaking trend. Unity Software. Triple D. All right, we're going for 3. Triple D breaking higher. All right, there's no overhead supply. Triple D. $289 in Texas. All right, you're about the same as here. Well, you guys got oil down there, so. All right, we're getting a nice bounce in SPY in the Qs. Maybe we see 418 again on the SPY. I'm not really interested in trading today's calls at the moment. Qs maybe for next week, maybe next Friday or next Monday. Qs now trade the same weeklies as SPY, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. That started a couple of weeks ago. Used to be just Friday options, and they changed the Qs. I guess for whatever reason, the option makers wanted to have weeklies, Monday and Wednesday. I guess they'll do that with IWM before too long. All right, target's up $3.34. Target, high of the day. Target, nice breakout on target. 3 white soldiers at the highs. Wow, that's pretty impressive with target. All right, we're nearing the upper ATR band. So when that happens, look at that lower band. Keltner bands are turning in. So when you see the lower Bollinger Band turning in as well, hasn't done so yet. So target is forecast. The way you look at Bollinger Bands, obviously they're opening up. That's expanding volatility, IV, for that stock. So as the lower band opens up away from the upper band, that's telling you look for a fast move. Once we start to see this turning, top and bottom, that's telling us to look for, once it turns, you see it turn here, turns, it's starting to look for, once the upper band echoes what the lower band does, then you start to look for a flag. So the upper band started to turn up here a couple of weeks later. Turned here,
last week of March. 3 weeks later, turns in the upper direction. So that's telling you to look for a flag, sideways price action. Look for the next consolidation. Right now, they're opening up top and bottom, telling you to look for a follow-through and a big move. So we've already got the big move. And RSI is approaching 70. So let's look at a shorter time frame. Let's look at what it looks like on the 5-minute. Bollinger Band's still expanding. Lower band's starting to turn a little bit. Let's look at the 60-minute. See if we can get any kind of granular information here. All right, so the lower band. Okay, so you see what's going on right now? All right, look at the lower band. It's rising in the direction of price. Look at the upper band. Just keeps going straight up. So that's telling you look for the band, look for stock price to run the bands. Until that upper band starts to turn, this could continue to get cooked to the upside. You can always take some profits off into strength as well. SPY's coming back a little bit. All right, so that looks good. Target looks good. All right. All right, what do I want to do here? Let's look at the weekly target. It's gone. All right, I might take some profits off. All right, I'm going to start scaling out a little bit in target. All right, thanks, Robert. Due in part to a tweet or a comment by 299 in Jersey now. Okay, 254 by Rob. 295, 330 Maryland. All right, so you know it's upper $2 and change up to $3, $5 out in California or more for gas. All right, so inflation is definitely kicking in. So the point is that GLD, if you're concerned about inflation, gold should inflate as well. So it's an asset that you want to own. It's currently pulling back a little bit. It's in a trend. It's trending. All right, so I'm taking some target off into strength here. I'm scaling out a little bit. Thanks to Robert for the heads up earlier in the week. Still going. SPY and the Q's pulling back. Excuse me. Roku was higher. Now it's off a little bit. Microsoft stalling. Ford's up 34 cents. Starting to rip higher. Ford going. All right, let's take a look at Ford. Ford finally waking up. You got the thumbs up from Elon Musk. After debuting its Ford 150 EV, the electric trucks. Ford debuted. Elon gave it the thumbs up, which is good. I mean, more and more companies are creating good quality EVs. Trucks, cars, otherwise. Soon I'll get my solar panels installed on my house, and I want to have a charging station and a battery backup so that I can zap some energy from the sun instead of paying the gas giants, and have obviously have a gasoline vehicle for backup for trips and stuff. To mom's house in the south. But Ford definitely breaking out. All right, so that looks good. It's above the 50-day, 921. 921 is going to cross up. We got the 9 crossing up through the 50-day today. So while I wouldn't buy Ford up here at the highs, I would look for an ABCD pattern intraday. Most likely, I will run into some resistance at
12.99. We're right at that level now. So if we don't stall right here at 12.99, then 13.60 is the next level. Looks like a little profit taking here on Ford at this level. Maybe sell some covered calls at the high. What do we got here? That's for June. All right, there's not much IV in Ford. The 12.50s are 50 cents. It's not even worth it. Not even worth it. All right, the Q's pulling back now. Remember, we've got about, what, 50% of the IV, or excuse me, the options interest, open interest, gamma, is falling off today for the Qs. And I believe, in NASDAQ, I believe we have SPY is 31%. So what that means is those expiring options that are hedged, market makers have to hedge those positions. You buy calls, they sell calls. Once those expire on Monday, they have hedges to unwind. So that can cause the markets to move in either direction on Monday. So I'm going to wait until Monday to do anything with SPY and the Qs. Only thing I would be doing today is a day trade or two. And I'm not doing that at the present time. So I would definitely wait until Monday to do anything. All right, so Daniel, you took profits on your calls? Okay, cool. I like the idea of taking more risk off. CSIQ looking for a follow through in the solar stocks. DQ looked pretty good. That was above the moving averages. DQ. Daikwu. All right, that's above the moving averages. Still in a descending pattern. So a break, a decisive break through about 85 would definitely do it. 85.90. So it's a few days away from doing that. Stochastic still rises. So maybe the next leg, this leg up will probably stall a little bit before it gets to 92. You don't want to buy into that. Wait for a little pullback afterwards. So about a week from now, maybe the end of next week, this might be a nice play. If you're in it already, probably going to stall right around here for now. Hard to say. It's a Friday, so I'm not expecting a lot today. Boeing. Still looking for Boeing to do something today. The last of the sellers dissipates. Look for Boeing to get going. Boeing going to do something like 40 planes into 2022. 40 planes a month. This starting in the short term, they were talking about 25 planes per month production, ramping up production. So that's a big thing of the 737s. All right, HOFV. HOFV. Let's see what that's doing. All right, rejected at the 21-day, 50-day. Nordic American Tanker. That's a $3 stock. Not really interested. Let's see what it's doing though. Eagle Bulk also had a move today. Eagle Bulk trending. Triple D. Pretty decent volume today. 3.2 R-ball on Triple D. That stock's in play. Was there any news on Triple D? Somebody give it an upgrade or something? All right, some shareholder alert, some attorney. What I always find interesting is these attorneys file these lawsuits like, did you lose money on Triple D? Did they actually make money? Anybody ever do a lawsuit with any of these companies? Do they actually make money? There's no guarantee the stock's going to go straight up. And during this period, I mean, if you bought over here and the stock pulls back, you're going to file a lawsuit because, that doesn't make any sense. But I guess they do it a lot. Anyway, I'm seeing
an investor alert, action alert. Shaw Law Firm reminds investors of a class action lawsuit against 3D Systems. The securities during the period of February through April declined. Yeah. I don't know, shaking my head. It doesn't make any sense. Some of the things that, anyway. All right. SPY in the queue still fading. All right, so we're getting some of that fade today. All right, let's take a look at, we got a headwind for most other stocks. Got a headwind. Let's see what Renko looks like. Still on a white brick. Advance. ATR. Still on a red brick. All right, so ATR versus point value. Mixed signal there. All right, 60-minute chart. All right, so we're back up into this range. We broke this downtrend yesterday. RSI is still above 50. Next level on SPY. Next level on SPY is 416. 416, we got a major level here on SPY. Maybe we get a bounce right around this area and a move back to 418. Well, let's see what VIX looks like right now. VIX trying to turn back up, so watching VIX. There's the 60-minute little bearish engulfing candle filling this gap. All depends on VIX. VIX has faded for the past 2 days, so VIX forecasting a potential little pop. It's like VIX has been all over the place for the last week or two. We run up to the highs near 30. We dropped 4 points on last Friday. We run up to the highs on Wednesday. We drop 6 points into today. Do we bounce? Does SPY bounce at 216? It's possible. VIX needs to continue lower. All right, looking for a bounce. VIX, let's keep an eye on VIX for a few minutes. VIX moves lower. That would be bullish. Been trending lower for the past 2 days. 416 is a major open interest level. If we start to bounce here, watching dealers to close more of their puts. Maybe start buying here if it gets any kind of acceleration. All right, tick cumulative is still rising, so we're looking for that higher low and higher high. We got the higher low, we don't have the higher high yet. The fast signal is giving us a higher high. That leads, and it's 2-to-1 up volume, so we faded from 6-to-1 to 2-to-1 as traders took profits. Watching for VIX to roll over here. Watching for VIX to roll over. Let's keep an eye on VIX. I took some profits off on Target. Thank you, Rob, for that heads up earlier. Looks like a bear flag on SPY for now. Intel pulling back a bit. All right, Lordstown Motors looking for a follow through. Lordstown.
32.73 now, the high on GDRX.
Boeing might start something here. Watch Boeing.
KSU, Kansas City Southern Board, determines that Canadian national proposal continues to be superior
Excuse me.
Pacific proposal. That's KSU, Kansas City Southern. And Kansas City Southern enters into merger agreement with
Thank you, Dollar.
Canadian
Thank you for
National
that.
Railway, that's KSU and CNI.
All right, watching Boeing. Boeing might get going here. Watch Boeing for a move. All right, watching Boeing. All right, I got to take a couple minute break. Let me stretch my legs. I'm away from the microphone.
Unity software. July $110 call sweep on letter U. LAZR, Luminar Technologies, August 25 call sweep now in LAZR. Shares moving a bit here now on LAZR, moving higher.
All right, watching this bounce and the SPY, looking for VIX to drop off here. Boeing is starting to move as well. Oh boy. It's nice outside. Nice outside. Ford, nice. Ford's up almost 4%.
TLRY getting a moment here now.
Ford, nice. Futures bouncing back above VPOC. Merck trying to get above 79. Having this difficulty with this 79.80 level. Merck is just sitting here. Now let's take a look at Merck. Merck, MRK. Just sitting here. MRK. Trying to get going. You know, if I close Merck, you know it's going to pop. And we've got that, we've got that split on June 2nd. The last time I closed one of these stocks that I was getting bored with was DaVita Healthcare. DaVita, I had it right over here and just kept consolidating. And the day after I sell it, right here near 114, is the day it rips. It pissed me off so much. I didn't say anything to anyone, but I had DaVita and it just took off. It ripped, you know, 114 up to 129. Got bored with this price action. So the point is that Merck is looking very similar. I'm not going to do anything with Merck. Just reminded me of DaVita. Silly, you know. It just proves the point. All right, that when RSI is above 50 and prices above the 9 and 21 day, you look for these pullbacks. You know, I sometimes get impatient, just like everybody else. I believe I got in somewhere near 112, 113, and it was bouncing around in here for a week, and I was like, this is money just sitting here doing nothing. Almost $10,000, right? So I literally sold it that day. I hate using the word literally, but I sold it that day. The next day is when it popped. I could have kicked myself for that, but you know, it happens. But the point is that RSI was above 50, price was above 921 and 50. They're all stacked. Volume was here, and stochastics was a little overbought, but you know, MACD was still above its signal line. The volume is what I kept looking at, but it wasn't going anywhere. I'm thinking, what the hell's going on here? Stuck at this 114 pivot. And then once it got above these areas, and look at the histogram over here, you can see how once it gets above the area where there's very little supply, Triple D looks very similar. Look at Triple D. See this over here? There's very little supply above this area. So once Triple D gets above this area, it could consolidate for a while. Once it gets above 30, 32, it should rip through this level right back up to the highs. So I could see a double on this one. Maybe. All right, Triple D. All right. Here it goes forward, looking really good. Virgin Galactic is back today. SPCE is back again for a second day. Relative volume picking up. All right, look at this volume here. I'm sure there's a lot of shorts in this that got taken out yesterday. Let's look at short interest here. Let's see. Shortsqueeze.com. All right, SPCE. Let's see. All right, so 2.6 days to cover. So yesterday was probably one of those days that we got that short covering. So do we get another day and push through 23? Relative volume is high on SPCE. Let's see what else. There was news yesterday. I think something about finally a test flight or something. UBS upgraded again to buy. All right, so apparently UBS is in this. I'm not going to add a whole bunch of new things. There's a lot of stocks that look like this that are probably going to continue. But I'm going to refrain from adding a whole bunch of new positions. I'm going to take a few things off that aren't working maybe. Merck, hang in there, Merck. Let's do something. Cleveland Cliffs looking for a push back to the highs. Pinterest, that looked like it was going to do something yesterday. That pulled back. What's Pinterest look like today? All right, so it's at the 21-day Pinterest. P-I-N-S. There was a lot of activity yesterday. Holding at the 200-day. Does it get going next week, or does it pull back first and then get going? It's got time. If it gets in between the 21-day and the 50-day, there's very little in the way of pivots and such. Once it gets above 65.50, RSI is rising. Not quite there yet. MACD cross, stochastics rising. Looking for Pinterest to pick up the pace at some point. Viacom trying to do something. Wrote about that one. All right, watching SPY and the Qs here. If the Qs start climbing, more than likely the FANG stocks are getting bought. We're seeing Facebook off the low. Apple still fading. Nvidia holding on the news that they're going to split the stock 4-1. Amazon at the lows. That looks like some buyers at the low or shorts covering on Amazon. Microsoft starting to bounce. Microsoft, some shorts covering there too. Google. All right, starting to bounce. Let's go take a look at the FANG stocks real quick. The FANG 15 is what I call them. The big cap growth stocks. These 15 stocks make up more than 50% of the weight of the NASDAQ 100. So 15 stocks out of 100 make up more than 50% of the weight. So we want to pay attention to these. If they're all above VWAP or below VWAP or flat, that's information we need to pay attention to. So everything is below VWAP for the most part, except for Facebook starting to move above VWAP. So this is starting to show relative strength. Facebook, SPY and the Qs. All right, if all of these start to reverse off the lows and start to head back towards VWAP, look for the Qs to go as well. So that's the power of watching all of these together. You start to see shorts covering and then it turns into something else. Watching the Qs. The Qs closed above the 50-day yesterday. We're sitting right on top of it. Do we spring off of this level and push higher next week? A lot of people are anticipating that the Qs are going to move lower, not higher. So I like those odds. When more people are on one side of the boat, it's not a crowded trade, so to speak. Jennifer, all I remember is you trading Tesla. That time you traded Tesla for like a double or whatever shares. I remember that. Remember you were the one that traded it from like 50 up to 100 or something like that. Something.
CDC Director Walensky said COVID-19 cases are down 19%.
It was like 2018 or something like that. You were a member still then.
More than 60% of U.S. adults are at least partially vaccinated.
It was over here. I think it was 2019, wasn't it? 2019, or it was a split. When it split, so I don't know, it's hard to tell. Maybe 2018, 50 up to 70. That seems about right. You were in, I know it was like over $100 and something per share. First Solar, yeah, you know what? The energy names look good. The solar names, you stayed with that swing for quite a while. The solar names, Paramount, I like them too. We're looking at those yesterday. They appear to be basing and ready to follow through. All right, so CSIQ. All right, stopping forming a hammer now, looking for a follow through. Close above the 21 day is what I'm watching for in a lot of these. CSIQ, look at the volume the last 2 days coming into today. The volume on all of these coming off the lows. Ballard Power, DQ above the 921 50-day volume. In phase, about to push through the 50-day. So descending patterns, looking for trend reversal. First solar, I'd like to see it get through the 50. You got the 50 and the 200-day overhead to deal with. Spending all of its time below the 921 and 50-day with a few exceptions is the mark of markdown. You want to see the base form and then the break higher for phase 2, the mark up period. So this looks like phase 4, trying to form a base and follow through. Knee energy, same thing, double bottom. Nova energy, Sun Run, trying to base. Look at the volume coming in. All these looking good for longer term swings. Might be frustrating for a little while, but these look good. SEDG, one of the better names, occasionally on IBD. Rena Solar, Sun Power, Sun W. TAN, if you don't want to buy individual names, you can try TAN, the Invesco Solar ETF. Volume coming in there too. All right, so that's something you can play. Let's see what's working here on the the S&P 500. S&P 500. All right, so Ford's top of the S&P 500, most actives, percent up. All right, so John Deere and Caterpillar, I like them both. John Deere bouncing below the 50-day, Caterpillar above the 50-day. Caterpillar I favor over John Deere, but both of them look good. Industrials took a little break. Boeing. See if Boeing can't get back up to the high of the day. That'd be nice. All right, the FANG stocks are seeing more buyers coming in, so watch the cues for a follow-through. That will help. That will help the S&P 500 too. Remember, the S&P 500, these 7 stocks on the S&P 500 make up 23% of the weight of the S&P 500. So you got Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Facebook, Alphabet, 2 different versions of Alphabet. You got Berkshire Hathaway, JP Morgan, and then Tesla. You got all of those making up more than 23% of the weight of the S&P 500. So that's why we like to remove the weighting and look at the S&P equal weight index during the day. All right, so if we look at the S&P equal weight, SPXEW, that tells us a lot because we remove the weight of the stocks that are lagging. And what does that tell you? Looks like a range bound, but it's starting to break above this trend line. We saw that on the 60-minute SPY. So maybe next week after options, after the hedging is taken care of, dealers take care of hedging on Monday after options expire for the month, and they no longer have to hedge those options that expired. You'll see that come off on Monday, a lot of times first thing in the morning. So can we get a follow through with Qs? Still showing some signs here of pushing a bit higher. VIX, if VIX drops off.
Canadian National to combine with KSU.
CNI, they're talking about CNI.
And KCS enter into a definitive merger agreement to become the premier railway for the 21st century. Anticipated to be accretive to CN's adjusted diluted earnings in the first full year following CN assuming control of KCS. KCS shareholders to receive $200 in cash and 1.129 shares of Canadian National common stock for each Kansas City Southern common share, with Kansas City Southern shareholders expected to own 12.6% of the combined company. Shares of Kansas City Southern just a tick higher, $295.50. On KSU, Canadian National shares now at 105.04, down about 1.2%, and Canadian Pacific shares at 81.15, up 57 cents today.
Looking for VIX to drop off. Netflix, Nvidia, Facebook looking a little better.
Approved transaction with Farm Bureau Property and Casualty Insurance. That's Foxtrot Golf. $61 per share in cash.
All right, Lending Club. That's one that
Shares at 60.89, up
I believe Kathy's trading. Lending Club, right? At Lending Club. Was it Lending Club or who was it? All right, that looking pretty interesting here. It's at the 21-day. Should pop through this level. Only trades about $1 ATR. It's at $1 right now, so you probably won't see much more upside on Lending Club LC. Watching that. Centene breaking out. Centene breaking out, new 52-week high. Nice. Let's look at the weekly. Oh, multi-year breakout. Remember Lilly at 90 something per share? Look at Lilly, Eli Lilly. Remember this breakout, multi-year breakout? Let's see. I need to go out a few more years, I think. Let's see. 10 years? I think it was 10. Eli Lilly. All right, there was a multi-year breakout on Eli Lilly at 85. 2018. That finally went to 124. That was 2018.
AAPL, Apple CEO Tim Cook has begun testifying in antitrust trial.
All right, there goes Facebook.
Maker Epic Games.
Facebook is going.
Apple.
All right, we get above 418. This could really go. SPY, watching VIX. VIX is teetering here on making a new low. Trying to do something here. Maybe we end the week at a lower level on VIX. That would be nice. All right, need to take out the lows here. Get into the 19 handle.
ANBS resuming now 68.88 up 100, 60% at the high now on Anavis Bio, following their early positive report on their treatment related to Alzheimer's. Shares hitting 69.61 now on ANBS at the high.
There goes Netflix. Netflix going. Yeah, BMY too. Yeah, Bristol Myers. Bristol Myers looks good. Bum, bum, bum. Okay, so remember what we were looking at here on no, it was put call. What's this look like right now? All right, it's green right now. So we got a green signal on VIX. Look for higher highs and higher lows on the 60-minute time frame. Let's go to the videotape. Put call ratio. All right, so whenever we spike, all right, wherever we spike higher, see the spike here, the vertical lines. Okay, whenever we spike, that tends to lead to a reversal. All right, we had that double bottom, if you will. So we had a spike above 107. 105, 107. Okay, when we get these spikes, spike over here as well, you go back here, that was the low, this double bottom low right here. That was the second one, a higher low, and it took off. Same thing we're seeing here, double bottom low, higher low, taken off. All right, so that's the last time. Let me just mark this up a little bit better. All right, so move this one over here. All right, not quite that high. Still kept going lower. All right, so you got that spike there. Okay, you got these little spikes back up to the highs. You can see where these line up pretty nicely. All right, these lows in each case. All right, this one over here, this spike here was like way, everybody was staying away from the markets at that point. So we just kept selling off back in February 2020 when COVID hit. We had dealers and market makers had to sell to get to delta neutral every day, and we just kept going. Every once in a while we had a little bounce, but after that, each time the put-call ratio, equity only, put-call ratio hit these levels, it led to a bounce. All right. All right, looking for a follow-through. It's not a guarantee, but it's an observation, certainly an observation. What happens with put-call ratio? All right, let's look at VIX. Keep an eye on VIX. Volatility collapsing would be good today. After a 3-day high, we coming back. So that would be bullish for equities, SPY and the Qs if you're long. Okay, so we're looking for this to drop off into the 19 handle. We're about to drop to the 19 handle. Facebook high of the day, triple D looking for a bounce. It would be helpful if VIX drops off and SPY and the Qs can get a nice little run higher. For longer term portfolios, we're looking for more follow through into the months of June and July. July especially, about 4%. I shared that with you yesterday. Where the hell's my phone? Oh, there it is over there. Charging.
WMT, Walmart, Bloomberg reporting that Walmart will spend at least 2% of marketing on black-owned media. That from Bloomberg.
VIX at the lows. Just buying the Qs, no follow through. Walmart. All right, it's buying the Qs coming back right now. It's buying the Qs, no follow through. All right, Ford continues to ramp higher. VIX little pop there.
XYF, Exponential, XYF getting a pop here on volume, extra Yankee Foxtrot.
All right, Boeing trying to get back up to the highs. SPY pulling back pretty quickly here. SPY pulling back at a pretty decent clip. Same with the futures. Tick cumulative is still rising, so watching for those buyers to continue buying the dip. All right, Europe's going to close here in a few seconds. Europe is closing. The stocks Europe 600 is up about $2.67, 0.60%. All right, we're off. We're up only 1/4%. Qs are off a bit. Looking for the bounce. Looking for roadblocks to bounce. All right, so we've got about 3/4. Let's look at the sectors. About 3/4 of the sectors are green at the moment. Semiconductors are a little slacking today, but crude oil, financials, energy, industrials, and materials all pushing a bit higher again today. XLK is off 1/4%. So the FANG stocks that saw buying for the past 3 days accelerated yesterday. Seeing a little bit of profit taking. I guess people getting nervous going into next week. Markets are just chopping around right now. So let's look at, you see VIX is flat. So you can imagine that SPY is flat. Flat VWAP is telling you there's no momentum. When you got a flat VWAP, slightly downsloping, keeps getting rejected at VWAP. No momentum there. Only when VWAP is rising and prices are moving away do we know that institutions are picking up shares, market makers. Continues to see a follow through. All right, so that looks good. So if we get back above VWAP, it'll be a different story. Watching VIX for now. VIX needs to drop off. If we can get VIX dropping off, maybe we can get SPY to popping off. For now, though, we're flat.
Getting some big volume now. Tango Papa Charlie Oscar. $17.23.
Ford trading 2.6 RVol. Roblox trading 4.6 RVol. Roblox. RBLX. RBLX. All right, looks like an ABCD pattern. Roblox looking at ABCD pattern. Just nice to get the indices moving higher. We're already up $1.48. So even though we pulled back a little bit on SPY, we're still up $1.46, up 1/3%. That's still good, obviously. Not back to the highs yet. But 3/4, more than 3/4, about 80% of the sectors are green now. XLK is about to go green. Looks like buyers.
EYES, Second Sight Medical, granted European patent. Cortical interface with an electrode array divided into separate fingers. I don't know why that's
90% of the sectors are green. We've got XLK, XLY, and part of XLK, the semis are off a little bit. Energy is definitely a winner today. Louisiana Pacific looking for materials and lumber, particular to continue higher.
to the high, $5.25, EYES.
Ford up 56 cents. There goes Ford, another little bull flag. We're watching Roblox. Buying the cues. Looks like bear flags. Still below VWAP. VIX. VIX trying to turn. Fading for the past 2 days. Into today. Bank stocks are looking okay. NVIDIA, Netflix, and Facebook in particular. All right, let's watch Boeing. See if buyers come in to Boeing. I'd like to add to Boeing shares. All right, I'd like to add to my Boeing shares. I bought this morning pre-market. That took off. We got that news on Benzinga. That was around 232.50. It's up about $2 from that level. Looking for it to push higher. These people over here took profits. First thing, looking for a follow through. People probably that were sitting in shares or options, like I was in options. 237.50s. I sold half of those this morning, plus 125%. 237.50s. Still have a chance for this to run higher. A, B, C, D. We're looking for ABCD patterns at the moment. If you're a new member, you're unfamiliar with an ABCD pattern, you see this in the morning. A lot of times it happens closer to noon. But on these gap ups, we'd count that as an A. All right, so traders step away. They take profits, comes down. At some point, in this case, we have a gap right here. A gap and go. A higher low. And you see the B pivot come into play. Traders see it. They bid prices up. Then it comes back a little bit, maybe touches VWAP or in the area, and then it reverses. So A, B, watching for C. It would be helpful if the indices could get a little bit a little bit higher. But this will get bid up if the interested parties think that Boeing will continue. Given its pickup in production, producing 737s, anywhere from 26 to 40, depending on the time between now and 2022. The company projected to do about 40 planes in 2022 per month, about 25 from here forward, and maybe a maximum of 31 per month in the interim period between 2021 and 2022. So that was good news. That sent the shares higher.
OVID, Ovid Therapeutics, getting a pop here to the high on some volume coming in. Oscar Victor India Delta.
So a lot of news this morning on Boeing. All right, looking for a lift in Boeing. It's buying the Qs. Looking for that to push higher.
Letter X US Steel, July 4, 26.5 call sheet now, continued heavy call activity, and letter X.
The July 24 call sweepers on U.S. Steel are playing right now. So watch for Cleveland Cliffs. Steel stocks are getting bought at the lows. Watch for them to turn. Triple D. Looks like a B pivot right here. Looks like a B pivot. Let's see what happens when it gets to VWAP. Triple D. Looking for Boeing to continue here. There goes Boeing. Starting to move. Boeing. Boeing is trying to push a bit higher. Tight Bollinger Bands looking for a breakout. Let's see what Boeing looks like here. Boeing. Good thing we sold stocks. You could have sold it first thing this morning, but into strength yesterday, SOXL. I'm looking for that to get bought again on the dip, SOXL. Don't need to do anything today. I'll wait for Monday maybe. The market's not doing much right now. It's kind of gone into a stupor. All right, we got a $2 million print at 217.13. That hit the tape a few minutes ago. I missed it. 217.13. $2 million share print. Triple D. Looking for a follow through, ABCD pattern. Triple D looking good. Looking very strong. Looking for a bounce in the indices to coordinate with some of these some of this buying that we're seeing with sectors looking very strong. 90%, 85%, 90%, back and forth. The only sectors that are red are XLK and XLY. XLK includes semis, which are off 50 cents, 0.50%, half a percent. So those could pick up. We could see a surge towards the end of the day that pushes price action back towards the highs. Yeah, I can see. I mean, they were talking about Amazon splitting their stock, right? A few weeks ago. It didn't happen right before earnings. That Thursday before earnings. Or Thursday was earnings, I'm not sure. But anyway, they were looking for it to split. Didn't happen. Stock just went to sleep. Roblox trying to take out the high of the day. Roblox. Tight Bollinger Bands on Roblox. RBLX. Roblox. RBLX. All right, trying to do something here. Roblox. Trying to do something. Looking for Boeing to get above 237. VIX is popping higher. VIX is starting to move higher. There he goes. Boeing starting to move. Push above 235.20 would require new money. Fresh money to come in to push it above 235.25 to 235.50. Maybe we get up to 236.25. All right, starting to run those bands. All right, VIX is turning over now. I'm watching a 1 minute chart, so generally it's higher highs and higher lows. Watching. Come on. We can do this. Go, Boeing, go. Boeing looks good. Boeing looks good. All right, it's above the 21-day. Nice solid looking candle. MACD's crossed. ATR's turning up, $7 per day. It's up 746. Can see an expansion day today. Maybe we see 200% on ATR. DTR rather. All right, VIX. What are you doing, VIX? VIX about to break a trend of higher lows right now on the 5 minute, on the 1 minute. VIX watching. All right, Boeing, can you get your butt going? Looking good. Boeing looks good. There goes Boeing. All right, starting to move, Boeing. All right, Boeing, SPY. Nope. Nope. All right, eyes. Somebody's buying EYES. Somebody over in, was it in Europe? EYES. Never chase these news items. They almost always fade. All right, Boeing. Looking for the break higher. Boeing. VIX just chopping around for the last few minutes. Just been moving sideways, high to low, high to low, high to low. Tick cumulative is still green, better than 2-to-1 up by him. Bull's still winning. FANG stocks have gone sideways now. Facebook is off 13 cents on the day, trying to get back up to green. There goes, looks like Boeing wants to go today. All right, so whenever you see these top 10, the top 10 generally stay in the top 10. They might jockey for position, but generally they stay in the top 10. Boeing is behind Ford now. Ford continues.
TRVG, Trivago shares moving on. Some volume now coming in. Tango Romeo Victor Golf. Trivago.
Ford at the high of the day, 13.16. Up 5%, 5.25%. Ford. Nice bullish follow through.
NYSE, Trinsec announced the sale of its synthetic rubber business to Centos for $491 million. There you go, Sandy echoed.
Looks good on Ford. RSI going. ATR's even turned. Nice. Looks good. Ford, nice move today. It's one of the biggest candles I've seen in ages from over here. Ford following through. All right, we got 8 minutes to go for halftime report. We'll tune into that and see what they have to say. Ford. All right, got nice volume. Nice volume. And the ATR, 40 cents per day. All right, going to double that. Looks like an expansion day, right? Double the ATR for today. Boeing keeps going. There he goes, Boeing. All right, so doing well. ABCD pattern on Boeing. Here's your A, B, C. Looking for D and a breakout. Those 237.50 started at 40 cents, sold some north of 85, 90 cents this morning. They got cheap again, and it looks like they're moving higher. What are they trading at now? $0.25. Can Boeing get a rip? Probably not. Its ATR for today has been played out. SPY and the Q is making new lows. SPY and the Q is making new lows. Kind of a boring day so far. Kind of a boring day. A few things popped early in the morning. The NVIDIA with the news that they're going to split 4-1. Walmart spending 2% of its budget, I think they said, on black-owned media, whatever that means. U1 is one of those names. Been in focus lately. That had a big move the last couple of days. Where are you? Merck, Triple D. All right. Looking for that C pivot on Triple D. Look for it to push higher. Ford. Having a pretty good day today. SPY and the Q is making new lows. Futures making new lows. We're still up at 75 cents on the day. 416 is a level. We lose 416, we could see that pull back to next gamma level is 415. It's another 10 handles. Barry Diller, the guy's a little out there, right? $260 million little island opens up in New York City. Interactive Corp. It's buying the Qs. New lows. Futures making new lows. Tick cumulative still rising. All right, Boeing coming back in a little bit. Dow Jones fading. S&P fading from the high.
HOTH, Hot Therapeutics spiking here, $1.47, HOTH.
Tick cumulative still rising. Up volume is almost 2-to-1 on the NYSE, but we have faded. ALKS is now showing 10 times RVOL. ALKS, mentioned it this morning. These little waves lower getting bought. See the daily. Nice expansion day. Big range. If it breaks through 23, it's got about another 90 cents to go. A lot of volume today. ATR is turning up. ALKS. Let's see what kind of news they have. ALKS. No news. Not really interested, but it looks interesting. All right, a few more sectors going red. Real estate, material, home builders, real estate, and communications are going red. So we're about 75%, 80% green on the day, with USO and energy financials leading. The value stocks that took a break for a couple of days. A little dip getting bought at the 9 and 21 day. Did we follow through? Buying the Qs, looking for the bounce. Not looking to take on a whole lot of new positions on a Friday. Next Monday. On Monday, we should see the effect of dealers unwinding hedges after all of these options expire today. Got about 31% on the SPY, I believe 50% on the Q. I believe that's what Brent said. Let's see. Let's take a look real quick. I thought he mentioned it. All right, so we've got, let's see, for today we have a fairly large S&P 500 gamma expiration at the open. That's the S&P 500. Then the spiders at the end of the day. And then an estimate of 25 to 30% of total gamma, S&P 500 and Qs, S&P spiders and Qs expires at the close. All right. Not anticipating much movement for this session with large trading levels at 4150. That's 415 just below. For SPY, 4150. S&P 4175, which 4175, we pushed through that level earlier. and then we bounced. We hit that level and then got rejected at 41.75. That's a combo strike area. Those tend to be levels where we can see resistance or support. S&P 500 VANA model shows equal a number of puts and calls. All right, so where are we right now? We're at 41.60. All right, so we can start seeing some selling below this level. If this continues, we could see dealers having to sell more. Watching for a bounce. Watching for a bounce on SPY. What is VIX doing? VIX. All right, so below 41, I guess 41.50 is where it really starts to pick up. So we're defending this level for now, 41.60, 41.50. All right, let me show you what I'm looking at here. Let me show you what I'm looking at. Where is it? Here. All right, this is what I'm looking at. All right. So let me show you what I'm looking at here. And you'll be able to see it. All right, so on the right is the S&P 500 VANA. Both of these, for the most part, what you can see is when price action is moving to the left, that means we're moving lower. As we get down to around 41.50, 41.40, you can see the difference between the black line and the green line, which is IV, the effective IV, increases. So as we move towards 41.40 or 41.50, if we lose 41.50 today, that's telling you that institutions have to sell from that green line down to the little trough there, and both the green and the black. So they have to sell futures to get down to that level of neutral. They don't want directional risk. So as we move to the left or lower, we could see this selling activity pick up. Conversely, if we can manage to hold here and move in the opposite direction, they might have to buy a little futures between the black line and the green line to get back up to even, but not a lot, not a lot. I'm not seeing much there. Most of this is leaning towards lower at this point. So keep an eye on VIX. VIX will tell us what to do as well. VIX higher, look for S&P to move lower. Right now we're just hanging out at the highs, in this range.
Says unemployment benefits may be affecting some people, but it's not the only factor.
Looks like a bear flag on SPY. Looks like a bear flag. Intel.
Philly Fed President Harker says
Looking for a bounce.
people the sense that it's safe to return to work.
All right, Roku was looking good this morning. Faded a bit. Looking for a bounce on Roku. Barry Diller's sunglasses are like tilted to the side. Looks a little crazy. That outdoor space in New York. $240 million he spent to build that outdoor space in New York over the water on pylons. It's pretty cool looking from an architectural point of view, engineering point of view. That old pier that used to be there.
Parker says Fed should start having conversation about tapering sooner rather than
A lot of people in the background walking around with no masks on. That's cool. All right, spy in the cues, looking for the bounce. All right, can we get a bounce out of... hard to say what they're going to do, right? The cues. Let's see what the FANG stocks are saying. They're all near the 50-day or above. Cues. I don't know. It feels like we're betting
Parker says Fed needs to
without much of a strategy here. We could go either way.
carefully and methodically so that we don't surprise
If SPY continues to move low, watch SPY here. Puts for protection today or Monday. Looks like we're going to drop a bit more. There goes SPY dropping off now. Q's dropping off. New lows.
EBIG, Vinco Ventures, October $5 call sweep now, Bravo Bravo India Golf.
All right, we'll lose 4. All right, watch the SPY. VIX is moving higher too. Watch VIX. All right, here's the VIX starting to move higher. SPY's dropping off. SPY dropping off a bit more. SPY dropping pretty fast. VIX popping a bit. All right, futures dropping off.
Bridgeline Digital 13G filing out, shares getting a pop on that, BLIN.
415. Look for a bounce at 415. VIX is still going.
S&P futures now dropping here. Apparently on those comments from Fed's Harker.
All right, looking for a little bounce here. 415. There's a level. Looking for a bounce. Looking for VIX to come back in. It's really difficult to trade this unless you are sitting in front of a computer. I mean, swing traders would just take the rest of the day off. Come in on Monday, see where we are positioned, and watch how dealers removing their hedges affects the markets. Once we get a direction, we'll look for a trend. For now, we broke that downtrend in the SPY over the last couple of days. On the 60-minute. And now we're starting to come, we're in the range now. All right, so we broke this downtrend. Chopping around. Can't get through 418 for now. 420 was a target for today. If we could turn this thing around and start pushing higher. VIX needs to drop off. Got a gap down there. Got very close, but not quite there. Here and here. RSI's above 50. Sorry about that. I have this thing plastered on the screen here. Sorry about that. Okay. All right, starting to bounce. SPY starting to bounce. VIX coming back in now. Can we drop VIX off?
SONO, Sonos, July 40 call sweep, currently at 3501. Sandy Oscar, November Oscar, SONO.
Roblox looking for a bounce. Come on, Roblox, give us a bounce. Viacom making higher lows. Viacom. All right, can we run this back in the other direction?
Parker said if see progress on prices and jobs can start taper talks.
Yeah, once we get through those bag holders, I agree. 4170. Once we get through those bag holders, Lee Star, I agree with you. Could see that continuation. Thanks for the share. VIX just hanging tough. All right, so SPY doing the opposite. SPY flat VWAP to slightly sloping lower. So now, if there's any chance for this to move back up to the highs, we got to get through VWAP and this overhead congestion. Doesn't look like that's going to be the case. Not the end of the world, but I'd like to see a better setup for Monday. We could just sit here on a doji. Let's see what SPY looks like. SPY daily. All right, so we're sitting up there as a doji, a little small body candle. Still in the green zone on the daily. '50-day is now 3.5%. 3.5% below us. 50-day from the all-time highs. All right, from this level, that would be about 2%. That'd be about 2%. All right, so we got this level right in here that we need to get through. Right there, we got to get through this. Tried to get through there. We got rejected on SPY. They could make this look a little better though. Black candle just means that we are up. We're still above yesterday's close. That level right there, the white, the top part of the white of the body. As long as we stay above that, that'll be a black candle. If we move below it, yesterday's close, it'll be a red candle. That's certainly possible the way we're trading right now. Not doing a whole lot at the moment. So it's a double, an area of resistance, a lower high. RSI is still above 50. Volume has picked up. We had 3 distribution days. ATR is flat to sideways, slightly lower. And stochastic's rising. MACD's trying to turn shorter histogram bars, so maybe there's a little momentum there. There goes Viacom. Viacom on the move. Okay. There goes Viacom on the move. Citigroup this morning adjusted its Viacom CBS price target to 54 from 56. So they pulled it in $2. I don't know why they even bothered. Just to get it out there, I guess. Viacom looking good. Viacom starting to see more and more looking like we're going to get a 921 cross through the 21-day. 21-day will turn up in through the 200-day to 50 days overhead. That's the target. The top of these pivots around 47, then the 50-day. There goes Viacom. I had the audio muted. I'm not sure what Barry Diller was talking about. I saw him talking about Comcast position better or whatever that means. Viacom, though, seeing some nice activity. Here's A, B, C. Looking for D now. Looks like a bear flag on SPY. CSIQ on the move. Check your favorite solar stock. CSIQ is on the move. Check your favorite solar stock. All right, let's look at CSIQ. Canadian Solar, A. All right, so looking for a follow through here. Look at the daily. All right, so nice hammer or hanging man candle. Technically, it's a hanging man if it's inside a price action. If it's at the low and reverses, that's a hammer. They both give you the same information. It's just the probabilities are different for inside a probability, inside price action versus at the low in a reversal. Especially if it's on volume like we've seen the last 2 days. If we can get anything near what we had Wednesday, that would be huge. All right, so we're seeing some buyers on the spiders now. Buyers on the spiders. We were looking for this range to be contained in a fairly tight area between 415 and 420. That's 5 handles, 50 handles, but on the yes. But we were looking for that to be much tighter today. Surprisingly, we got more out of it, bouncing. But I like what this is what we're seeing here on the solars. Let's look at First Solar, FSLR. That's okay. DQ. That looks good. Look at the hammer or hanging man. Doji. All right, so if we get above 80.50,
We should see 92 pretty quick. DQ. Stop under the low of the day at 75. DQ could see 12 bucks from here up to 92. All right, if we get any kind of follow through, there goes CSIQ. Is really starting to get starting to ramp up now. Look, draw a trend line through here. I like the solars. This one looks really good. Looking like 12 bucks on this. If it gets through this area, if it can make it through this area right here, right now.
Shares hitting a high of 97.97 now at 90.
All right. Nice support zone.
40% now on AMBS.
Nice support. RSI's back above 50. All right, this looks really good for DQ. DQ. Probably pretty good odds there, right? Now that we've pushed back above support, this is tapering off. So once it gets into this 85, 86 zone, and it takes off, there goes CSIQ. CSIQ is ripping here. Cool. Looking for 12 bucks on this one, back to 92. All right, looking good. So that this breaks out, looking really strong, DQ. All right, DQ, can we get, let's see, 12 points? Yeah, they're all bouncing.
Sparkin says when we get substantial further progress, we'll taper.
All right, DQ looking for a follow through. SPY in the Qs. SPY flagging, a bear flag for now. Could see lower. It's inside of that range that we banged out. We were banging out for a while. Looking better though. It is above the moving averages. All right, so it could look a lot worse. It could be sitting down here below the 50-day.
Delta McDonald's. Shares of McDonald's now at 231.17.
McDonald's.
About 0.5% today.
All right, cheesecake. Oh, it's 12:30 already. Wow, I'm missing halftime report. My favorite. All right, buying the cues at the lows. Bear flag. Looks like we could move a bit lower. If you're concerned about the cues or SPY, you can always take inverse ETFs like SQQQ or puts or whatever. Our Qs are trying to push higher. All right, so that's telling me watch the FANG stocks. If the Qs are turning up, watch the FANG stocks. All right, so NVIDIA looks good. NVIDIA, did everyone forget? I'm not talking about our room. Did everyone forget out there in financial media land that NVIDIA offered 4-for-1 stock split? That got a nice pop this morning. We're holding that gap, so that's a good indication. Watching Boeing as well. Roblox trying to push back up to the highs. Roblox, Boeing. Boeing looks like it wants to break out. I'm sorry, but I think that's good news. I think production, I mean, that was the reason why we dropped off in the first place, right? Because of the whole shenanigans with the 737 over the last couple of years, we dropped off. Okay, now we're making higher highs and higher lows on the weekly. I'm just saying. Does this portend to a move back up to the top of this wedge at a minimum?
Shares of Kodak topping to the highs on volume, KODK.
Okay, do we go lower or do we go higher? Boeing. I don't know. I mean, with the economy picking up and production picking up, I don't know. Logically, it sounds like higher. After all, if it went lower, sales and earnings. If Boeing moves lower because of a lack of production, does it not make sense for it to move higher?
WRP, Wrap Technologies popping here on volume.
If sales and earnings start to increase and production ramps up. That's what my thoughts are. What's going on here? Let me save this. Save Boeing. BA. All right. All right. So SPY on the Qs at the lows, not getting much follow through. Let's see. Let me keep an eye on VIX. VIX. All right, a little. All right, it looks like I lost my stream there.
Remember, Apple split its stock, then got added to the Dow. NVIDIA's market cap $375 billion. Intel, 228. Cisco, 222. Salesforce, 207. IBM, 129. Why shouldn't NVIDIA be in the Dow?
Right. When you list those companies, you know, NVIDIA is the one that's really growing outside of Salesforce. And so I think it'd be a wonderful addition for those folks that, you know, invest in the Dow 30. So I think that would be great. Who knows if that will happen, but, you know, we'll see. I do think, though, the next week, though, the earnings of NVIDIA will be strong.
All right, you just refresh your screen. Just refresh.
Today because of the 4-for-1 split really is an arm, and whether that acquisition can really happen, I think that
Contradicting Reuters article, we did not expect Boeing to increase 737 MAX production rates. Boeing must get a 737 MAX recertification from China first.
presents itself.
Note from
Michael
Morgan
Farr,
Stanley on Boeing
NVIDIA,
BA.
600
Shares of
bucks.
Boeing
Split the stock.
off the highs at 234.75. Boeing shares
Scott,
up
I think it's too
3%
early. It's
today.
still a very
BA
growthy
Boeing.
company. You know, I mean, the stock's still 21 times sales. I don't think there's enough there. I think the volatility, when you mentioned all of the other companies that have been added to the Dow, those have been pretty stable, substantial companies. And it's not that NVIDIA isn't substantial, but it isn't all that stable, particularly if you see a market correction or a tech correction that continues. I think the Dow stays away from it for now. Oh, I don't know. Intel, I don't know, you know, IBM, those stocks.
VIX starting to move higher. VIX starting to move higher. I'm looking at a 1-minute chart.
Their earnings have been. Okay.
Hey, Scott, we increased our weighting to Intel because we thought it offered decent value. It's off 12% this quarter. It trades at 13 times next year's earnings. It has great free cash flow, and the demand should continue to expand while supply remains relatively tight across every end market, from automotive to industrial to cloud computing and networking. And so the weakness provided us an opportunity to add to our exposure. And, you know, their earnings announcement provided some encouraging news that management raised their full-year guidance, and mostly on the back end of a recovery in data center demand. So, you know, that's why we added it and think that it makes a lot of sense.
SPY and the Q starting to turn. VIX drops off here. That could be it.
Okay, we're going to take another break. We'll come back with John's unusual activity. And as we do take that break, let's show you the S&P sectors on this Friday. S&P has been teetering positive, negative. It's hanging on to positive territory. Looks like 2.5 points to me. And the financials are leading the way. We're back right after this.
All right, financials working. All right, so I'm going to take a couple minute break, folks. Take a couple minute break. I'll be right back.
PBR, Petrobras, Reuters reporting Petrobras in talks to sell 37.5% stake at BR Distribuidora for more than 8 billion reais. That's $1.5 billion. That's PBR Papa Bravo Romeo.
All right, Boeing looking for follow through. VIX just hanging tough.
Yeah, welcome back. So this World Vision Global 6K for water is actually tomorrow. You mentioned how this call
Boeing's about to go here. Watch Boeing.
But tell us about this event tomorrow.
Boeing looks like it wants to go. ABCD pattern.
Global 6K tomorrow. 6K is really 3.7 miles. That's what usually young women and children usually walk to go and get their water
Watch Boeing.
in developing countries. So I'm excited to
NVIDIA's gearing up. We got the Qs gearing up.
going to be walking tomorrow.
SPY's starting to move a bit higher.
Okay, so I was going to ask you if you're actually going to be doing the walk as well, and you definitely are. People can get information at teamworldvision.org.
VIX dropping off. VIX is starting to drop off now.
Participating. You're also into trying to fix the digital divide as well. The FCC launching its emergency broadband benefit program, 10 days or so ago, and you're a member.
Excited about that program. Excited to see that.
Coming up in 15 minutes at 1 p.m.
We know that it's continuing to impact our young people all across the nation right now. So to be able to be a part and help push what the FCC is doing with this particular program, 1 million families, households signing up for it is a huge deal. And excited to see more people sign up for this emergency program right now.
All right, we got tight Bollinger Bands here on Boeing. We got tight Bollinger Bands there.
The market's been a little dicey. How are you feeling about it? We talked last time. You love the cloud stocks. You have some Roblox. How are you feeling about things right now?
It's been topsy-turvy. It's been interesting over the last couple of weeks. I'm holding my position in Roblox and not moving from where I'm at. I'm happy with what's happening. I'm happy with the trend of what young people are doing within this particular category. I'm young as well, so I'm excited to see it continue to grow.
So Bryn, who is on our investment committee today, Bryn, you just bought more Roblox, which, by the way, is up 83% since the IPO. Any words of wisdom for Mr. Beecham, Bryn?
Roblox on the move.
So, Roblox, it is the only publicly traded gaming company like this that's out there. They have over 8 million developers, 40 million users. They needed to go public to expand internationally. And I think most people just don't understand this company, which I love that, by the way. Dave Bazinski, who's the founder CEO, this company is just getting started. And so I think that there's great days ahead. It'll make $1.5 billion in
VIX
revenue
popping
this
now.
year.
This doesn't look good.
Positive EBITDA. It's a real company. And so I'm so happy to see
Futures at the low of the day.
And Kelvin, before I let you go, I'd love to get your take on Bitcoin. More and more pro athletes are talking about it. They're talking about it on social media. Some are trying to get paid in it. I'm wondering what your thoughts are.
CEO.
I love the space. I've been following it for some time. Got told about it by a guy, Russell Okung, who's huge into it back in 2016. I'm long on DeFi, so not only Bitcoin and Ethereum, but also huge on DeFi. I think that DeFi is just as important as anything that's going on within Bitcoin, Ethereum, decentralized finance. So excited about the ecosystem as a whole.
VIX popping up here. All right, SPY looks like it's going to drop off. SPY looks like it's going to drop off.
If you're smart, you're going to take the time to learn about it and learn about this ecosystem. And I'm betting on the entire ecosystem.
It's funny because I was literally thinking of Russell Okung. He's probably been the most vocal, at least NFL player on Twitter about it. Do you own any Bitcoin?
Yes, I do.
Watching the low right here.
We will continue to follow.
Watching this low. If it takes out this low, we could see the next level on SPY. Tick cumulative is still rising, so that's a little bit interesting. All right, it's turning down now.
Send your questions by video. We'll play them on the air. You can email us, askhalftime@cnbc.com. We're back after this.
All right, watching SPY. Watching SPY here. All right, looks like it's going to head lower, SPY. All right, we lose this level. SPY could unwind a bit more. Yesterday's big move. All right, so we want to defend this level right here. Futures need to defend this level. Futures trying to defend this level. Triple D at the highs. Just off the highs, triple D. Roblox up $6 and change on the day. Trying to push back up towards 83. Got 40 cents to go. Watching SPY in the Qs. It's creating a headwind of sorts. U1 just popped there. U1 pop. On the daily, yesterday, looking for a follow through now. Disregard. Disregard. Watching SPY here.
All right, let's do this. Answer some questions now. Bryn, I have a video question for you first. Let's watch.
Hey, good morning. This is Tim from Dallas, Texas. Just got finished working out, and I'm thinking 1 Amazon, 5 Teslas, or 25 apples. What am I going to do with about $3,500? Have a blessed day.
Thanks, Tim.
You as well. Thanks for
Tim
the
from
question.
Dallas.
All right, yeah.
Yeah, great
All right,
question.
Bryn.
Yeah, I think I would do all three. I would do all three, and I would do that via the Qs. Those three companies make up about 23% of the Qs. You could buy those and then also have about 80% in other things. I think those three names.
All right, SPY's starting to back off a little bit more.
Okay, crafty answer from you, Bryn. All right, Dr. J, a video question for you. Watch.
Hi, Hassan Gang. It's Elodie in London. Love the show. With the increase in manufacture of EVs, at some point EV batteries are going to need to be recycled. Which companies are best placed to benefit from this recycling? Thanks.
Okay, John,
It's a
EV
great
battery
question from
recycling. What do you think?
Yeah, it's a great question from London, Scott. And you know I'm involved with a company called American Battery. Anybody that is recycling these lithium batteries is going to do exceedingly well. That new Ford, I just signed up for the Lightning yesterday, Scott, on the
SPY's coming down a little bit more.
Lightning. They all need lithium, nickel, and so forth, cobalt. You get that from recycled batteries. I think it's a great point that the lady from London just made.
Okay, thank you for that. Steve Weiss, Jack in Kansas City, wants to know which is the better buy right now, Target or J&J?
I think it's Target. It's the one I own. J&J, while it's lauded for their transparency, actually is one of the least transparent companies out there. Just witness they're keeping talc on the market for 40 years despite knowing it causes cancer, and then taking it off into the dark.
S&P backing off some more.
So I think Target, I like the CEO much better than Gorski. I'd rather own that. They're just doing great things and will keep growing.
All right, Michael Farr, question from Allah in New Jersey. What do you think? Home Depot declared a $20 billion buyback. Is it time to buy that stock as a result?
I think the stock has been good. The stock's been strong. I prefer Lowe's. It's a 24% discount to Home Depot, 19% discount to the S&P 500. Executing well, I prefer Lowe's.
All right, final trades are next.
SPY pulling back. SPY pulling back. All right, watch for this follow through. SPY pulling back.
Kaplan says next jobs report may be odd or unusual given that tensions around the labor market are not going away.
All right, nice little pop there. Market's moving a bit lower. All right, we're starting to drop off pretty quickly here. And tick unit's still rallying. 1-to-1 up down volume, so it looks like they're not that active at the moment. All right, dropping off. SPY dropping off more. Coming back to the 21-day. SPY at the low. Futures at the low. It's 1-to-1 down volume.
Missed the show? Don't sweat it. The Halftime Report now has a podcast. Market-moving interviews, call of the day, unusual activity, and of course, Ask Halftime. Look for us on Apple Podcast or your favorite podcasting app, and subscribe to the Halftime Pod today.
All right, looking for a bounce here on SPY. Looking for a bounce. Can we get it? SPY in the Qs. All right, what's going to happen next week? What's going to happen next week? Let's see what the FANG stocks look like. All right, VIX is dropping off pretty fast here. VIX is dropping off. Qs. I like the odds of the Qs back near highs. Back near 330. We're at 327. What's the combo strikes on the Qs? Qs combo strike. Let's see. Qs. NASDAQ is a combos on the NASDAQ. All right, let's put the NASDAQ. Let's see what the NASDAQ looks like. NDX. All right, NASDAQ, we got, where are we? 13,407, 13,477, 13,356. Might get a nice little pop here for Monday. All right, looking for a bounce now. Looking for a bounce in the NASDAQ. Let's see, where's that level again? NASDAQ composite. We got 13.5, 13.450, 13.4. 13.4. We bounced off of 13.4. Bouncing off of 13.4. All right, maybe some cues for next week. I think this is overdone. We're off 0.5%. Maybe we snap back in the other direction.
All right, final trade. Doc, what do you got?
VIP shops, Scott. VIPS is the symbol. It's online
VIP shops.
shopping in China. Stocks
VIP
have sold off
shops.
pretty hard. I bought it during the show, and I intend to sell calls against it in the next couple days.
All right, a little in-show action. I like that, Dr. J. Thank you very much. Good weekend to you. Michael Farr.
Thank you, sir. To you as well.
I loved Facebook's quarter. Love Facebook's quarter. Love that quarterly report. 21 times earnings. Growing those earnings at 16.5%.
Yeah, agree with him. I don't like the CEO, but the company is definitely a moneymaker.
Long term, it's a core hold for me.
All right, Weiss, you bought some more Facebook as well. You think it's about to break out. What's your final trade, Steve?
Volkswagen, the cheapest EV company in the world, and they'll be the largest producer next year. 7 times earnings.
Okay, Bryn?
Buy Coinbase here and then selling the 270 calls, collecting $20.
All right, Rob Sechin, just a name.
RCD, equal weight consumer discretionary ETF, looking to next week.
Good weekend, everybody. All of you watching as well. The exchange is now.
Thank you, Scott. Hi, everybody. Happy Friday. I'm Kelly Evans. Here's what's ahead this hour. The pandemic.
All right, so Weiss is in this one, huh? Moves about $1 a day. About $1 a day. It's up 17 cents. Does this get some mojo at some point? I like Ford better. I like Ford better. It's obvious that people are coming into Ford. Pretty obvious they're buying. I mean, look at the move on Ford and look at the volume. I'm more interested in stocks that move on volume rather than, you know, I see it's 7 times earnings. That's a good value. Probably in the long run, I'll eat my words, but Ford looks really good. And that truck that they unveiled, what was it, Wednesday? Very nice. Very nice. All right, so we're looking for a bounce here. The Qs and the SPY, looking for a bounce. We're hitting some levels that we should see some buyers, maybe some shorts cover, support level. If it continues to hold, maybe they cover some more. Hard to say. Looking at the FANG stocks, looking for them to move higher.
$9.53, up 27%. CYTH.
Microsoft had pulled back.
Rig count, U.S. total rigs up. U.S. total rigs up 2, oil rigs up 4 on Baker Hughes.
Looks like the rich folks in New York are having galas without masks. That's big news. I guess they're doing whatever. That's in New York City. Just crossing the line, crossing the tape here on Bloomberg. Ford, I like voting with price action and volume telling me where money is going. All right, it's a little profit taking there at the highs, but had a nice move today, moving away from VWAP was what we look for. A bullish slope in VWAP, relative volume that foreshadows what we've seen in the previous couple of days.
all during 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock. Look at 11, 12. There's some here yesterday, but nothing like today. 4 continues to push. All right, VIX back down to 2040. VIX back down to 2040. Ford, what's GM doing today? GM, big spike, fat finger there on GM. Tesla, higher highs, higher lows. Grinding along, Tesla. All right, let's look at the battery companies. Blink, BLNK. What is EV Charging USA? What is that? I haven't heard. That's a pink sheet. That's a penny stock. Yeah, not interested. ChargePoint, CHPT. ChargePoint starting to turn the corner. All right, battery recycling companies. ABML is one that Doc had mentioned that he's in. Looks like it's breaking a trend. Cheap stock, just watching some of these stocks that are in the EV space that people are starting to get into. I might buy some of this for my kids, actually. If it doubles from here, that's fine. Let me see here. No, I'll wait on that. I'll get something else. I'll buy 10 shares. Instead of a couple hundred shares of this, I'll buy 10 shares of a $200 stock. Makes more sense, right? Quality. This company's probably going to be all right. But it doesn't move much. Moves 20 cents a day. It's up 30 cents on the day already. 17, 18%. SPY and the Q starting to behave. SPY and the Q starting to behave at this level. The NASDAQ at this level. A pushback above the 50-day is almost a prerequisite. Otherwise, we start off the week next week on a negative footing. VIX is starting to drop off here. VIX is starting to drop off. Financials doing well today. Bank of America. Let's see that. Let's see what some of these banks look like. They had dipped a little bit. KBE. XLE. XLB. USO. What about Gush? GUSH. Gush. That's rising a little bit, trending. IHE Pharmaceuticals. Breaking out. IHE Pharmaceuticals. BMY. All right. Pfizer. Trending. J&J with some news earlier. Little fade there. Merck, which we have a position. Merck. Little fade today on Merck. Watch the SPY and the Qs bouncing. USO. Yeah, it looks like we're taking a break a little bit. Ford. Lamb Weston, NVIDIA, splitting 4 for 1. Boeing, eBay. Etsy looked good yesterday. We'll take a look at Etsy. Pergo, Centene, new 52-week highs. Copart, APTV, and BlackRock. Let's see what small caps look like. Triple D. Yeah, Triple D looks like it's just going to keep going. Triple D. Let me see what you look like, Triple D on. All right, back to VWAP. Pinterest turning the corner. Buying the cues look like they want to keep going. All right, so we're looking a little better off the lows. Triple D, Cleveland Cliff. Roblox looks like it wants to bounce. Spying the cues, looks like bear flags for now. Looks like bear flags. Not doing much right now until the markets can start to move higher. If you're short or hedged, we're below VWAP and drifting lower. Taking back some of the gains that we saw yesterday. Looks like a bear flag. Be careful. All right, it's buying the cues at the lows. Is this the low for today, or do they plan to push this a bit lower? Or we got bear flags. It's Lunchtime, do they come in? Or do they let this push back a little bit more? Roblox looking for a bounce. CSAQ, CSIQ flagging for the last hour or so near these levels since about 12 o'clock. Looking for a follow through next week. Akamai bouncing. Bitcoin trying to find a bottom. All right, spying the cues. Can we wake up here and get something going? All right, let's see what our risk on, risk off indicators look like going into the weekend. Let's see what they'd look like. Let's go here. And what we want to see is all of these indicators turned higher. Okay, so we've got crude oil turned up, IWM and IBB turned up, as well as junk bonds. So far, to end the week, RSI is above 50 as well. All four of these are moving higher, so that's good. That's good for swing traders and for 401k types. We don't want to see junk bonds and high yield falling off. We want to see buyers underneath these candles on the weekly continue to grind along the 21 period on the weekly. We're above this inside of this large volume by price bar. A sudden drop would be a signal to sell and to reposition my 401k. All right, so for now it's just higher highs and higher lows. The markets are not going to go straight up every single day, and neither are stocks for that matter. So you got to stray away from buying the high of the day. Let's see what Boeing looks like. All right, Boeing. Okay, nice little pop. We're looking for a follow through. Maybe it runs next week. All right, so we're fading a little bit below VWAP. Look like we're going to get going there. No follow through. Stocks are just looks like people just took a break. If we start to see buyers come in, that could change the tempo for later this evening. I'm going to take a couple minute break. I'm just going to stretch. I'm here. I'm not going anywhere. Stretch and grab some weights. I don't like sitting in my chair for too long. I'm right here with you.
Alex Kaplan says cryptocurrency, if adopted widely for payments, we and other regulators would examine that carefully. Bitcoin futures off the lows at 37,220. Down 3205.
It looks like SPY and the Qs are trying to build a little base down here. Boeing just sitting here. SPY, let's see, SPY. We're below VWAP, just above the 240E, the 20 EMA on the 60 minute. Starting to see some buyers coming in. All right, RAF Pro is starting to show a 5 minute and a daily. The daily's been on a buy signal. 5 minutes showing a buy signal for the last 15-20 minutes on SPY. The 60 minute has yet to give us a signal, but it's starting to see some activity. As this 5 minute builds, we'll get another 60 minute candle. Not doing much today. I mean, it's pretty slow. It's a pretty slow day. And I tend to back off on a Friday anyway in terms of activity. We've had a pretty decent run today to the lows, waiting until about noon, a lot of times on a Friday, for a fade, whatever direction we happen to see. All morning we've faded, so I'm thinking we're going to rubber band back in the other direction. Just looking for the evidence at the moment. Looking for a bounce and SPY in the Qs. The bank stocks don't look bad for next week.
SKLZ skills, June 11th, 19.5 call sweep. That's SKLZ.
Roblox, trying to get back above VWAP.
One risk to U.S. recovery is slow vaccination around the world.
Why is the Fed talking about vaccines? It just blows my mind. Why don't they talk about finances? I know it's probably part of their dot plots. It's just annoying. It's annoying. Everybody's an expert on everything. Sarcasm. There might be a valid reason for them to talk about vaccines. I just can't think of it. All right, SPY in the Q is showing signs of a reversal now. VIX is dropping off. VIX continues to dropping off.
Bostic sees vaccine-resistant virus and cyber attacks as risks to U.S.
Roblox. Roblox looking good. Watching Roblox. SPY in the Q's turning. SPY, Q's, catching a bid. All right, I'm going to buy some Q calls for next week.
For Monday, let's see what I'm going to buy here. What do I want to buy? I'm going to buy a little bit out of the money. 330s. We've hit 330 already, and we've seen a tendency to bounce between 325 and 330. I bought some 330 calls. I'm also going to buy something closer to the money. Also bought 328 just now. All right, so if we can follow through, we can push higher. I'll help finance this 330s. SPY and the Q is looking like a nice reversal here. Nice reversal. SPY on the move. All right, let's pull up SPX. Let's pull up SPX. SPX. All right. That's a small position, by the way. Qs could still fail, so could the SPYs. They're small for now. Small. I've been thinking more lately of waiting even longer than I usually do for options plays. When we have a decent range, like 1.7% implied for the day, and we hit the lows at around 12 or 1 o'clock, and we can't seem to make any new lows, I'm thinking that lately I've been thinking good time to buy some calls for a reversal. VIX dropping off pretty hard now. S&P. Okay, SPX. Oh, I want to change this. Okay. All right, S&P. All right, so let me get the combos on here. All right, S&P combo is 42.14, 42.30, 42.55. All right, so 42.55 is a pretty decent area. We bounced off just now. All right, 42.55 right there. Combo. S&P. All right, this is taking the SPY and the Qs, taking the SPY and the Qs, combining them to give you a strike equivalent to about 42.55 where we'd see support or resistance. All right, so the recent low over here, I don't want to do that. I want to Fibonacci. Yesterday's gap up to today's high, 50%. Yesterday close right there. That doesn't give us anything. This pivot low here, 382. All right, so that's not much of anything. VWAP is overhead. All right, so 42.55, a combo strike area. 42.55. $41.55. I'm $41.55. What am I looking at here? Got that backwards. $41.50. $41.50. I'm sorry. Don't mind me. I'm just talking out loud. $41.50. Just down below. $41.50 right there. Came right down to that level. Okay, that looks good. And then 41.75.
is back there by VWAP. 4175 is VWAP. That's not a combo. That's the opposite. All right. 4150. Come on. So far, so good. All right, we got a nice little bounce. Don't mind me, I'm just talking out loud. This level over here, this level here, 4150. That's a gamma, large gamma level. 4175 is the next level. For expiration day. $41.75. Can we get back to VWAP? That'll be the first area that would probably get rejected if we do get there. And for the Qs, 325, 328, 330. So we got to get above 328. Can we get above 328? That's a gamma level as well. 328, we're right below that right now. 327.92 on the Qs. 328, all right. Roblox trying to push higher, Roblox. All right, so we got a nice little reversal there. So that short duration buy program, we need to see more buyers coming in. That could just be shorts covering on top of a short duration buy program. All right, Roblox looks like it wants to take out the high. Roblox looks like it wants to take out the high of the day. Let's keep an eye on this for a minute. All right, what's Boeing doing? Boeing. Roblox. Boeing is also looking good. VIX is dropping off, another bear flag. $19 handle. VIX, another bear flag. It's in the 19 handle on, or we're dropping below 20. It's low of the day. We're on 19 handle on VIX. We're on a 19 handle on VIX, dropping. Okay. If we keep dropping, that would create some more energy for SPY. IV dropping, that'll cause dealers to buy futures, close positions. Facebook's on the bounce here. That's going to help the Qs. Microsoft starting to see some signs of buying as well. Apple looking for the bounce. Shorts covering. VIX, keep going, VIX, keep dropping. NVIDIA, higher highs, higher lows. NVIDIA is trying to get back up to the high of the day, right around 606 and change. All right, DQ, trying to break out. Solar energy. All right, SPY, can we get some more activity here? VIX drop off, please. Please drop off. Roblox. There's S&P.
Roblox.
Shares of Rep Technologies getting a pop here on volume. WRAP $6.88, up 8% now on WRAP. Again, the October $10 call sweep.
4175 is the next level on combo, not combo, on open interest, gamma. Nice work, Grover.
UAL, United Airlines to resume service from New York to Barcelona and Madrid in July as Spain reopens to vaccinated tourists. That's Uniform Alpha Lima, UAL.
All right, we're stalling here. Stalling. 10 handles below at 4175 zone. DQ looks like it might go here. VIX starting to turn from the low. VIX starting to turn. VIX turning very quickly here. VIX popping back up, trying to get back above 20 it looks like. They don't let it stay down here very long. We closed at 18, what was it, 81, 1861 last week, Friday. The FANG stocks look okay. They look okay. VIX is still in a 3-day downtrend. Intel looks like it's going to go here. All right, let's go look at growth and value. Growth and value. All right, so there you go. There's your answer. Growth getting sold a little bit today, turning down, versus value. A little bit of buying and value, but no follow through. So end of the week makes sense. All right, we're back above 20. We're tagging 20 right here on VIX. VIX tagging 20. I would think we could at least get back to VWAP. All right, NVIDIA looking pretty good here. NVIDIA looking good. Looks like it's going to break more to the upside. Apple too. Apple, one more pop. All right, we're flagging. Just about everything is flagging right now, including VIX. All right, Ford continues to press the envelope a little bit higher. What a nice day on Ford. What a nice day. Ford, the best day in months. That's a hell of a day on Ford. Almost a Maribosa if we didn't have a wick on the top and the bottom. Last time we saw a candle that big was over here and over here. When it started off the year, started it off right, moving higher. So we're trading at $9 then. Not a bad move on Ford. Nice 50% move. Looking for a follow through. Ford just keeps going. VIX is pushing a bit higher. VIX is a thorn in our side right now. Every time it seems to get down below 20, they keep pushing it back up. Whoever they is. They is. Yo, they is. Ford's crazy. Crazy, crazy. All right, it's day 2 on the TTM squeeze trigger. Giving you almost 10% on Ford. That's pretty cool.
WRAP, RAP Technologies getting a pop now to the high. Whiskey Romeo Alpha Papa.
I don't like trading that stock wrap. It always manages to turn right when you get in.
DGLY, Digital Ally, Delta Golf Lima Yankee, also getting a pop here on volume. DGLY.
Ford still going. Boom, boom. All right, flagging. VIX is trying to push higher. Upper Bollinger Band getting rejected. 1 minute chart. Ford still going. Nice chart on Ford. Just continues higher. Away from VWAP is what we want to see. Relative volume above average. Look at the time here. 12 to 2. Look over here, 12 to 2. Elevated relative volume continues to assist. Roblox, RBLX. Trying to do something. RBLX. Boeing. Can we get going, Boeing? All right, Boeing looks good. Let me put S&P 500 again on here. Okay. Need VIX to drop off. We can get a little popping off here on SPY and the S&P 500. All right, let me grab my lunch. I'll be right back. NVIDIA's going. NVIDIA.
AWRE, aware, received U.S. patent notice of allowance for biometric verification of a blockchain database transaction. Contributor, that's AWRE, Apple Whiskey, Romeo Echo, AWRE. BRF, shares up 15% now, seeing June, $5 call sweep, Bravo Romeo Foxtrot Sandy. It's 2 o'clock.
I'm here. I'm just out of earshot. I don't want to eat in your ear, so I'm just taking a break here, watching. All right. Finished with lunch. Watching the VIX and the S&P 500 battling here. Watching it battle. Whoever's going to win this arm wrestle could is going to impact stocks quite a bit, I would imagine. Looks like the buyers keep coming in. SPY and S&P 500 Qs look like they want to push higher. Futures. VIX is hanging tough. We need the VIX to drop back down into the 19 handle. It's trading at 20. NVIDIA, Apple, and Facebook, all three are making higher highs and higher lows. Triple D looks like it wants to make a higher high, an ABCD pattern in play on Triple D. Looks like it's trying to take out the high. It's starting to trend higher highs, higher lows. Apple looks good. Coming back. NVIDIA split 4-for-1 in July. ABCD pattern. Facebook looks good. Could take out the high of the day. There goes SPY. There goes the S&P. All right, so VIX has dropped. Oh, big gap down in VIX. Big gap down in VIX on the 1 minute. Big gap down on VIX. Watch the S&P. Watch the S&P here, folks. We should get going. Apple. Apple, nice pop there. Are you long Apple there, Stephen? I would imagine so. It looks good. Apple looks good for the reversal. I'm playing the Qs. I'll play the Qs. I like Apple. I like Tesla for a reversal, continuation on the move higher. I like NVIDIA. I like Facebook. I'm playing the Qs. Have Monday calls. The 328s are in the money now. I could take some of those off. Having patience on Friday. So the way I was thinking about this, what I've noticed is that whether we're at the highs by lunchtime or at the lows at lunchtime, taking the opposite side of the trade just for small mean reversion on a Friday in particular, looking for them to run this higher. The options are very cheap, expiring today and Monday, just out of the money or in the money. So I've been watching this pattern play out, especially on OPEX Friday for the month. If we can get some more follow through here, that would be great. VIX looking for that gap down to hold. They're buying the gap down. It was right back down to the lows that we saw around 1235. 1235 we hit that low and then we bounced. Maybe we're just setting up a range here. Excuse me, on the VIX. All right, let's see. Triple D at the high. That looks good. AMC. Trying to push a bit higher. AMC, where are you? Roblox above 83, trying to push higher. Triple D at the highs. Ford, finally taking a breather up here. Ford. Looking for a dip now on Ford for a potential either a new long if you're interested, or maybe a flag on Monday. Ford, I would take some profits off of day trading. All right, SPY looks like we could see a follow through. If VIX can drop off some more. All right, VIX dropping more. VIX dropping more. New low of the day. VIX dropping off Smirnoff. There goes SPY and the Qs. All right, now we got a bid in the market. We've got a bid in the market. Now we get back 41.75, 41.75. All right, we need to get VIX to keep going. Just keep dropping. I don't want to see you on the screen. Just go off the screen. I want to see VIX drop off the screen where I can't see it and confuse everything. All right, so we're day trading basically, but for you people that maybe you're tuning in and you're not so much interested in day trading, you're looking at swing trades. Let's look at the Dow Industrial Components. We know that growth has pulled back a little bit and values picking up a bid. So you might want to, for your swings, if you're swinging any of these positions, looking for follow through, price action above the 921 and 50 day is what I'd be looking for. Okay, stocks like Cisco are holding well. Chevron pushing back up, so you got a dip to buy, looking good. You got Boeing with a dip to buy and production ramping up. Goldman Sachs pull back to the moving averages, the value area, 21 day, bouncing. So the banks are probably a good bet as well for you swing traders. Home Depot, if it holds the 50 day, that's your stop. I'd look for Home Depot to move back up to the highs. Nothing's changed on Home Depot. JP Morgan, same thing. You got wicks down here on JP Morgan. That's where your buyers are. Okay, so any move down below 162, 160.50 or so, 160.50, start to think about stopping out for now. I don't see JP Morgan pulling back. Coca-Cola, nice trend, pays a good dividend. Pfizer, trend. United Health, nice trend. So the Dow Industrials look pretty good. Or you could just buy the diamonds. Okay, you don't have to trade the individual names. You can just buy the diamonds. You got to stop underneath the 9 EMA or the 21 day. Look for a follow through. You got a double bottom here at the 50 day. 50 day held. You have a hammer following through. This is the way I would play it. Matter of fact, I'm thinking about doing that. I had some diamond calls left over. Sold those at the high this morning. Those were in the money. We bought them over here somewhere. Anton's trade. I generally don't post other people's trades. I just take the trade with them and I'll follow it. All right, so the diamonds, many of you, I think Matt, you might have been in it. Frank, I think you were in it. A number of you might have been in the diamonds. Looks good. All right, higher highs, higher lows. So that's another way to play it for the swing. Here's something else to think about. All right, so you got everybody jumping up and down, you know, the sky is falling and everything. But yet I'm looking at things that they're not talking about in a different fashion. I just happened to notice Bloomberg. I noticed that they cut off the left side of the screen or left side of the price action. This is a monthly time frame for the 10-year German Bund. Okay, so what do I see here? I see if you draw a line or a curve through these levels, you'll notice that this is starting to turn, right? I mean, it's pretty obvious. You can see the 50-day is no longer descending at a 45-degree angle. It's descending at like maybe a 5-degree angle, and the 21 and 9 is turning up. So what does that tell me? Well, money is flowing in and out of assets every single day. So it's our job to figure out where is the money flowing and why. Well, the money's flowing right now, in my opinion, not that it matters, because economies are improving. I mean, it just makes sense, right? I'm looking at New York City reopening. The rich and famous going to galas, no masks. Ooh, they're so brave. You got Europe, you got the UK, which shot some vaccines, talking about, Boris is talking about, you know, good odds for the economy opening up. So that's the German Bund. You also have the UK Guild. You also have Japanese 10-year yield. What are these doing? They're turning, right? So we're above zero, no longer a negative rate during the whole, 2020 thing, and we're moving higher. And you got the 10-year. You got the U.S. 10-year. TNX. A very quick reversal. A lot of investors look to the U.S. for investments. So I'm not surprised to see this quick move back up to the highs. But bonds are indicating that the economies around the world are getting better. Now we can disagree. I'm sure there's some of you who are saying, yeah, but Vinny, whatever. We can disagree. It's just what I'm looking at. Where are you going to put your money? Here's the 30, the 20, and the 10-year yields. All right, they're flagging sideways. So what Bloomberg did is on their little speech right there, they were saying that the yields have gone nowhere. Yeah, if you're looking at the daily, the yields aren't going anywhere. They're going sideways. So what? I mean, it was just weeks ago that everybody was up in arms. The 10-year yield's rising, it's popping, and the world's coming to an end. I'm of the opinion that, you start off with the Forex pairs. You start off with the dollar and foreign exchange markets. That completely dwarfs everything else. I mean, they trade in the trillions of dollars every day, currencies. And then you move down the chain to bonds. Bonds are 2 times the size of the equity market at last estimation, a little bit more than 2 times the size of the equity market, global equity market, and sovereign bonds, etc. But I'm more focused on U.S. bonds. If the dollar and the currency markets dwarf the bond market dwarfs the equity market, and bonds aren't giving you a reason to buy them, and yields are moving higher and telling economies are getting better, start looking for other things that agree or disagree with your thesis, right? Now we know today is an OPEX Friday, so there's a lot of options coming off expiring worthless. So Monday, we've got dealers unwinding their hedges, and they'll start off anew for the month. They'll start off their new month of June. Now, June is seasonally one of the strongest months. Well, it starts into the seasonally stronger months of the year, I should say it that way. We've got seasonality. You know that the S&P 500 tends to do very well in June and July. Not so much in May, but in June and July. All right? And then in August and September, October, these are the months that we start to see potential for pullbacks. But the odds are we're starting to look much better going into June and July. So what about the bonds? What does the 30-year bond, what does that look like? June and July, not so good. IEF, that's 7-10-year. All right, tends to have a good May, but that's moving sideways. IEF, the 7-10-year bond. All right, these are in a range. You really, unless this starts to move like heavy move, there's no reason for me to be interested in bonds. I was looking at LQD a few weeks ago, back on March 25th. We wrote about March 25th. We're higher from where we were, but we're not making much progress. We've been range bound for the last month, for 6 weeks. So the direction I'm going with this is, I saw some people mentioning potential crashes or sell-offs in the market. That might be. I might eat my words. But right now it doesn't look like that. And if I look at the S&P 500 to 30-year bond, I look at this chart. Here's the S&P 500 versus the USB. Okay? So S&P 500 versus the 30-year, the long bond. And what I'm looking at in this lower panel is the cycle or the rate of change. The rate of change it took a different course back in November last year. And it's been on this course for the last 7 months. And in previous occasions where this has happened, now this is not my opinion, this is what I see. Previous occasions, it's lasted at least 12 months. Now add to that. All right, think about this chart. Remember where we are. Cycle started in November. S&P outperforming the 30-year bond. You're going to put your money there, not somewhere else. And, oh, shoot, I lost my train of thought. Damn it, I hate when I do that. Bonds, flows. I'll think of it in a second. All right, watching the markets move a bit higher, grinding higher, higher highs, higher lows. Facebook just pulled back a little bit. Dollar, it wasn't the dollar. Currencies, we did have a big, M1, M2. All right, so with M1 and M2, the money supply, huge move. All right, this chart in the bottom is the rate of change. All right, so the rate of change is really backing off. So it's going to take about 12 months for this money to find its way into assets and also equities. Over the last few months, we've seen the price of crude oil and everything else moving higher, right? Price of food, price of gas, price of everything. So inflation is going to come in. So I want to be in gold when inflation is moving higher. So we've got this breakout that we identified several weeks ago when we moved above the 50-day. So that's a foregone conclusion. Gold is a good place to be right now, unless something dramatically changes in the short term. So we've got, we want to be invested in S&P or in equities, maybe not at the highs. Maybe we get a little pullback for that. We've had that recently, so we've had the pullback to the 50-day. This is all for the people that are not day trading, all right? So I'll jump off of this if we something starts to change dramatically. All right, so we've had this pullback to the 50-day, a higher low. Now we've got a test of the high. If we can just pop through this high that we saw last week on Friday, we could be headed back to the highs. RSI is above 50, strength of trend, the 50-day is the trend. 21 days flat, that's okay, we're chopping around. Okay, so what I've been doing in this blue box over here, I was taking profits off into strength. I was taking fewer positions long for swing. So I was doing more day trades as we went into the last few weeks where we've had this big moving, a lot of volatility. So we were able to trade this on the indexes and haven't made much change on my retirement accounts. Goes VIX. There goes VIX. VIX is starting to move. Let me jump off of this for a second and go to VIX. VIX is starting to bounce. All right, so we're going to see a little pullback in the SPY, looks like. VIX is starting to bounce. I'll come back to money flows in a minute. So anyway, we've got VIX moving higher. SPY is probably going to pull back a little bit. The stocks, Facebook, NVIDIA, and Apple, maybe start to think about taking some profits off. It's almost 2:30. I want to minimize the number of open positions going into next week. Might get a little drawdown. We've already had the drawdown so far that I've been looking for. Okay, so 3.5% would be a move back to the 50-day. Don't want to see a test of the 50-day again. We're testing it too often now. This is the 5th time this year. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tests of the 50-day. Don't want that to happen. Volume has been pretty good on the long side today. We're still green on the SPY and the S&P. Qs are still red. Looking for that to move higher next week. Looking for the FANG stocks to get bought. All right, let's go to see the FANG stocks real quick. FANG, 15. These 15 need to be moving higher. This is more than 50% of the weight of the markets. All right, so all of these, we got a mix. Some are above, some are below VWAP. All right, so it is what it is. Let's look at the daily. Daily, what I'm watching is the red line, the 50-day. I would rather all of these be above the 50-day. So we got Facebook above the 50-day, AVGO is above the 50-day, Adobe is above the 50-day, NVIDIA is above the 50-day, and Texas Instruments. So 5 of 15, or 30%, 33% are above the 50-day. The rest are either at the 21-day or below the 50-day. So we need to see all of them move above the 50-day because I want the Qs next week to be above the 50-day. I want it to be today, actually. I would love to see it close above the 50-day. Else, we have the potential for another lower high and a test of this low. I don't want that to happen. So what I'm getting at is maybe have some hedges on, SQQQ, or puts, maybe even some calls. I have calls on. I might buy some puts. I'd like to do it. I should have done it 20 minutes ago if I was looking for it, because we're backing off a little bit and we're below VWAP. All right, we tested VWAP. Still bearish, below VWAP. All right, so maybe they reverse this and push it higher. I haven't changed anything in my IRA. Still 44% in both equities, domestic and foreign, international, and also in fixed assets, bonds. Now, I just got finished telling you that I'm not that crazy about bonds, but they're not going anywhere. And at the end of the month, most of them pay dividends. So I reinvest those dividends. So it's basically, averaging down, which I'm not really keen on doing. But I want to have that insurance just in case something blows up for whatever reason. Something out of left field. I'll have a cushion from the bonds. AGG is one of my larger positions. AGG, Barclays Aggregate Bond Fund. That's what bond traders use as a benchmark, or used to. I'm not sure if they still do, but because I haven't been to Wall Street in a while since we moved away in August of last year. And before that, February. The last time I was down there was before January to meet some friends from UBS, and that was it. Then the whole COVID thing hit. They shut the floor down. The floor is back open. Smaller staff, of course. VIX is trying to push. So right now we're neutral. Strangle makes sense. Can we push higher next week? Can we push lower? You know what the institutions are doing. All right, so above 135, institutions are hedging. All right, so you know everybody's hedging. All right, so we look at skew. That'll tell us if they're hedging or not. So above 135, they're hedging. Okay, and as it starts to drift lower, we look for price action to move higher. Okay. The other thing is, let's take a look at the other thing related to the longer term for those of you who are swinging and not day trading like a crazy person. Here's the equity only put call ratio. Now, if you looked at, excuse me, if you looked at Vanna this morning, Vanna had you can see how the dip in Vanna here on the right, equal amount of puts on the left side to calls on the right side. So implied volatility is lowest in the middle, okay? And it moves up on either side. So what I'm looking for, the fact that we're balanced out, is that the put-call ratio has hit a high. Once it hits a high, noted by these vertical lines, that usually leads to a bounce and a follow-through. So that's the other thing about next week. Once we get Monday options hedging out of the way, the dealers that need to roll off their hedges once the options expire today, those hedges are no longer needed, so they have to roll those off on Monday. We don't know which way it's going to go, but I suspect, given the occasions in the past where we've had these spikes in the CPC above this 105 zone, each one of these occasions has led to a bounce, 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 bounce. So will this time be different? I doubt it, but you never know. All right, so that was kind of a long explanation of what I'm thinking. Money's flowing somewhere always, and we just need to know where. Okay, it's not enough to just buy stocks when you think they're gonna go up. Buying the dip, you want the indices to be working for you, the sectors to be working for you, and everything else to be working in our favor. So odds might get a little bit better next week for swings. All right, Ford's starting to bounce. I was looking for Ford to pull back a little bit so I could buy some shares back. Okay, this is a really big candle. And in the past, every time we've seen big candles like that near the upper bands, we've had a pullback. Okay, big move here, pullback. Is it just getting started? Can it be more? Maybe. I took profits. And I'm looking for a little pullback. I'm actively trying to keep my positions that I'm taking home smaller, fewer, and trading them more during the day. Just as a general note. There's some things that I like on the pullbacks, like Intel. I really liked the pullback on Intel. That gave us a good opportunity. I do not like buying at the highs. I do not like. So I look for pullbacks. Now, the pullback has to hold. It can't. That's why the second day is always better for me. Second day, if we get a second bullish day, that's usually a good sign. The last time this happened, excuse me one second. Last time we bounced, we didn't produce a white candle, all right, on the pullback. So I look for that second day as the safer entry. So Intel, after that, dropped below the 9 and 21 day, and since has been in a markdown period. I would anticipate that the markdown period would stop somewhere at a major support level. In this case, it's the 200 day. Is this a guarantee that this is going to keep moving higher? No, but it's a pretty decent level. So if we were to lose this level, next level would be down here, this very large volume by price position at 50. So it could be that this is going to get rejected here. So be careful with Intel. So these are the kind of things that I would be looking for if you were long since last week. You know, you made a few points off the 200 day. Maybe you take some profits off. You know, and if we've pushed through it and the SPY and the Qs move higher, then we've got a good setup for going into next week. Other things like Qualcomm, like the pullback in Qualcomm, it got bought, double bottom. I'm not big on mean reversion, but this was an opportunity. I thought very good quality name, looking for a bounce. Same thing that happened on Lockheed Martin. All right, Lockheed Martin had this markdown period, moved above the 9 and 21 day, and then it was off to the races. We have yet to see it get back above the 50 day. That's the threshold. If we can get above the 50 day, 200 days right there as well, the dashed line going through price. If we get through that level, I would definitely be interested in adding to Qualcomm. Chips, we want chips to be moving higher. And the other thing is chips tend to do well the months of June and July. July is generally one of the strongest months, the strongest month of the year for chips, semiconductors. All right. So May and June, not so much. July, hands down, the best month of the year. So I'm looking for these recent lows in stocks. There's Qualcomm. These recent lows to get bought. All right. Intel, same thing. Microsoft had a pullback. All right, we had these pullbacks. Trying to get it, save above the 50 day. Triple D. Nice clean chart on Triple D. There's no guarantees that we won't pull back a little bit Monday, Tuesday next week. But the 9 EMA is crossing up through the 50 day. If not today, by Monday, hopefully. This could pull back to 25, in which case I'd probably add, either way, a pullback or a push. I'd probably add in either case. Maybe sell some covered calls. Let's see what that looks like. So what the selling the covered calls in effect gives me a lower cost basis. They're not that. That's for today. They're not very rich. All right. So Triple D, I wouldn't even do it right now. I just look for the pullback on Monday, Tuesday, maybe a follow through. Maybe this just keeps going. The other one was Boeing. Boeing. All right, Boeing, we've had this pullback below the 9 and 21 day. It's above the 21 day, so it's achieved a second hurdle. First hurdle is the 9 EMA. Second is the 21 day. We got this big Kirby over here. So this is where less trading has occurred. So if we get into that zone, we can see this gets sucked up to this price pretty quick because there's not a lot of supply in there. So we could see a push up to the 50 day. SPY and the Q's coming back a little bit. VIX is popping a bit. So that's another one. Recent pullback, looking for a follow through. I'd rather the change in direction and a push above the 50 day now. Roblox, that's a different animal altogether. Roblox from, the IPO, big range. If it does break out of this range, we'll see 85, maybe 90 soon. The solars, there's another one. Solars have pulled back. They're starting to base descending patterns, looking for a break higher. DQ, one of the better looking solar names. Buyers stepping up at the low of the day, looking for the eventual push through 80.50 to get us to 92. Louisiana Pacific at the 21 day after the bounce of the 50 day. This doesn't mean it can't come down and test it again, but the price of lumber has been pretty high. Looking for that to continue. Steel stocks, U.S. Steel got some news today. That's holding at the 50 day. Energy names like Halliburton, those pull back a little bit. Bounced yesterday. Looking for a follow through and a push back up to the highs. RSI is above 50. MACD is above signal line. Got a little bit of selling Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Looking for energy to bounce. It's the end of the week. We had a pretty decent week. Viacom, wrote about that this morning. All right, so Viacom, nice tight range. Look at the 60-minute time frame. That's what I was looking at this morning. 60-minute. All right, so a nice trend break. No matter where you draw your trend line from this high to any of these highs, you've broken trend. You've got the 20 EMA crossing up through the 130, which lines up with the daily. 130 is 4070. Okay, that's right near the 9 EMA. All right, we're above the value area. 9 and 21 day are starting to turn higher. So if this does turn out to be like, who was it in the morning blog post? The analyst that was looking for a potential buyout of Viacom, which would make them more competitive with the likes of AT&T, Warner Systems, right? Looking for that to follow through and to accelerate a little bit. Not much in terms of a big position there. I just have calls. The 42 call was very active yesterday. And we're in the money. Viacom. Now I could just take this off for a profit of 50 cents, but I'm going to let it go a little bit more. Up 50 cents on those. So I'm looking for at least $1. If we could close above 43, that would mean these pivots are taken out, then 46 would be next. Watching for a higher low on SPY and the Qs. AI, some of you are trading this one. AI. Nice reversal back above the 921 day. This is what I like to see. Okay, so we've been in the markdown period all of this time, spending 99% of the time below the 9 and 21 day since dropping below it second week of February. Now, in order to change the trend, the downward sloping trend, the way to change it is to get back above the 9 and 21 day and get the moving averages to turn, right? Like over here on the left. Or, let's see, too much time. That's AI. We don't have enough time on this. All right, so over here we're briefly above the 9 and 21 day. But then we fell below and we've been through it ever since. So until we get above the 9 and 21 day and get these moving averages to turn and change direction, the trend is still down, right? The 50 day is overhead. Roku's another one. Streaming. Everybody's dealing with streaming right now. So we hit the 200 day, a big bullish candle there. Volume picked up, MACD crossed, stochastic started rising. So we're not out of the woods yet. We need to get above the 50 day, maybe next week on Roku. That might be a nice long setup once it does. I'd like to see it up there more than a couple of days. The moving averages will be flipped over, like over here. Price action above the 9 and 21 day. In a new trend, what I'm looking for is the new trend so I can swing these a position. If you were swinging here, you've been underwater for several months, right? So you don't want to do that. You want to wait until everything turns and moves to the upside. 9, 21, 50 day are stacked like they are over here. Then you buy the pullbacks. You buy the pullbacks once you see the buyers step up. SPY and the Q starting to turn. Let's see what's going on there. So that's what I'm doing, and that I'm sticking to it. All right. Knowing that Monday could be a pretty volatile day in the morning, most likely, as those hedges roll off. I hope that helps the longer term people and some of the people who are looking to get in. All right, KGC, what is that, Ken Ross? KGC. Kendros Gold, yep. We've been long gold, Al. We've been long gold for a few weeks now. All right, gold looked really good several weeks ago.
weekend video, we talked about it. The dollar was moving lower, so commodities were moving higher. So here is our gold chart. Last week, to start the week, we had this flag. This is end of day chart, so gold will be where it is after today's close. So this is up till Thursday's candles. So once we bounced off this lower band and the next test didn't come down to the lower band again, we figured we were going to start to see higher highs, higher lows. Joe Fahmy came out sometime around here, started talking about the reversal of trend. Everybody was giving him a hard time on stock twits, go figure. And then we broke out 3 weeks ago into this Kirby. We got above this big shelf overhead or ceiling overhead. And since then we've been rising. So I like the gold stocks, all right, like Newmont Mining, RGLD, Royal Gold, EGO, Hecla, HL, and all of the smaller ones, plus GNUG, I like them too, and GDX, all of these I like for the trend, for inflation, right? Inflation is going to pick up even more, most likely, unless the Fed has some kind of tool that we're not aware of to stamp down inflation. Maybe it's raising rates. But that makes me want to buy gold even more. Not just inflation, but as a safety trade. We did see, when the markets pull back, we did see gold pull back too. So it's not completely oblivious to drawdowns. Generally speaking, though, this is a safety asset. U.S. dollar had a nice pop, and then it pulled back yesterday. This is end of day chart for U.S. dollar. UUP, you can track the dollar UUP. It's still descending. All right, still descending. Let's see, SPY on the Qs trying to move higher. So right now I'm not doing much. Except to take some things off. Speaking of taking some things off, what's Russia doing? ETFs, international ETFs like Russia, Greece, GREK. All right, that's down to the 50-day. We took some of this off, by the way. Well, the last time we got into Greece was down here at 24.50, right in here on that hanging man candle that moved above the 50-day. We've been long ever since. Pull back to the 50-day. Yesterday we took some off, mentioned it. EWZ, Brazil, pulling back. EWW, these pullbacks most likely going to get bought. I won't buy immediately. I'll wait for the pullback where we see a second day or a first day, scale in on a first day. Second day, usually a good indication we'll follow through. ACWI on the watch list, looking for a follow through. All right, so here's Monday over here. So we're above where we were thinking that we could see a follow through on Monday. Didn't happen, but we are starting to move higher now. ACWI. It looks like to me, going back to the original comments, it looks like to me that economies are definitely picking up. You can see their 10-year yields are no longer below zero, with the case being German, the German Bund, just about to pass through the zero line, whereas Japan is already there. Japan is already above the zero line, so they're no longer paying negative rates. Following through, and TNX doing the same thing. So economies are improving, going into some of the seasonally strongest months of the year. June is typically about 2% on the S&P and about 4% gain for the month in July. All right, so August, kind of a mixed bag on August. We've had some pullbacks in August and September. I think people are going to definitely be going to vacation more. Maybe they won't be flying as much. Speaking of flying, let's look at AAL, American Airlines. Okay, that's above. JetBlue was on the watch list.
That looks good. All right, the Baltic Dry Index, BDI, this is giving us an indication that we're making higher highs and higher lows. The Baltic Dry Index, hearing a lot of news this morning on Baltic Dry and the shippers like SB, SBLK, Eagle Bulk, and a bunch of other bulk shippers. All right, so what we're looking at here is an indication that economies are improving when these are breaking out and moving higher. All right, so you can see we broke a 13-year downtrend. And if you look at this sideways range, we broke a 10-year sideways range last month, breaking out. Now we're taking a breather right now, but looking for a follow through there. Let's look at the trucking index. Let's look at trucking and transports. Okay, trucking and transports. Following through, a little consolidation. Maybe it comes to the 50-day. That would be a good opportunity. Rails get a lot of mergers in rails. Okay, rails generally in an uptrend, pulling back for a test of the 50-day. That's fine. We want to see buyers show up. There goes buying the Qs. Buying the Qs starting to move. SPX. 4175 is the overhead resistance. 4150 was a major support level today. We bounced at that level. We bounced at 4150. Came back to 4157. Did we get to 4175? VWAP is now at 4171. Watching, this is the S&P 500. Okay, let's see if we can't get a motor into end of day. We've got a little bit more than an hour to go for the regular session, this OPEX Friday for the 21st of May. Remember, a lot of options expiring today, which leaves dealers open to cover their hedges on Monday. There'll be a direction on Monday. We don't know if it's up or down, but we certainly should see something in the first hour or two of Monday's price action. So that's something that you got to keep in the back of your head. All right, so if the indices are rallying, look for your stocks that were making higher lows, like Roblox, to catch a tailwind. Roblox is at the high of the day. All right, Roblox. That was a nice pop. Roblox popping to highs. Consider taking some profits off into power hour. Okay, we're at the high of the day. No sense getting burnt if this pulls back. It's sitting at the highs. Second chance to sell at the high of the day. Maybe take some of the profit, buy some shares. That's what I'm thinking anyway. My kid has this in his portfolio from 78 average, 78. So he's happy. He'll be happy when I tell him he's up $6. Between the two of them, they have 100 shares, 50 shares each. So he'll be happy. In their Coverdell accounts. He doesn't know it, but he can't spend it. Oh, and $40. The kid is like such a trash talker with playing basketball. But make 3 in a row, Papa. $20? 20 bucks? Come on, old man. Give me 20 bucks. 3 shots in a row? Okay, whatever. Bam, bam, bam. He makes 3 in a row. 10-year-old. He's like a pool shark on the basketball court. Anyway, watching the markets here. SPY needs to get above this level. We need to get VIX above 41.75. If we can do that and get the Qs, get the Qs above the 50-day, that would be huge. That would be huge. All right, we need it above the 50-day. We're right at the 50-day right now. Okay, so push above 328 would do it. 50-day is at 328. So push above 328. Give it something for good measure. 328.50 would be good above yesterday's closing candle. That will turn this candle black instead of red. All right, CSIQ, looking for the solars to continue higher. Cleveland Cliffs, that's moving higher now off the lows. All right, I sold some covered calls against my Cleveland Cliffs position. I'm taking them off right here. All right. All right, so that brings my cost basis down on Cleveland Cliffs down to around 1844, 1845. So I'm a little underwater right now, but starting to move back in that direction. So that looks good, Cleveland Cliffs. Let's see, Boeing. Boeing, can we get a run end of day? Still have the opportunity. We got an hour to go, a little bit more than an hour to go. Boeing looking really good here, folks. Watch Boeing. I had the 237.50s coming into today. I took half off this morning for more than 125% gain. I forget who mentioned it. I think somebody mentioned Boeing. It might have been Dollar. Middle of the week, Wednesday. Somebody took a trade. I mirrored your trade. Boeing. I generally don't post my position on other people's trades, only because I might not be watching it as close as something that I post. All right, watching Boeing here. Boeing looking good. All right, can we get a run? 2 points to get us in the money, 237.50s. I have shares as well I bought this morning, pre-market. Pre-market action started around 232. Excuse me, 230, 230.50, 231. If you look at the pre-market, I bought in the pre-market shares, extended hours. You can see we're down here. When Benzinga mentioned it, the news about here in the pre-market, when news came out that Boeing was ramping up production, we got long right around here near 230, 230.50. All right, that made a high 236. All right, so that was a good 5-point run. I didn't sell it. Instead, I sold the calls for a profit. Now I'm looking for this one more push. Maybe I'll take some off. I don't know. I'll probably hold on to this. If we close up here, that'd be great. All right, watching here. Yeah, late afternoon. Good point, Lee Star. Late afternoon on Friday Apex. Looking for a repeat, maybe? SPY. All right, let me go to Lee Star's chart here. Lee Star. And we'll go to, let's go to 3 months. That'll include all the OPEX Fridays. All right, so rally into the close, rally into the close. I'm sorry, hold on one second. These damn flowers are getting to me. The pollen really affects my sinuses. All right, so we're looking for, maybe we get a rally end of day. This is a 60-minute chart. Love to see a close above 416. 417 would be absolutely wonderful. Monday is when I'll make a decision whether or not I'm going to take SPY calls. 40 Delta out a couple of months. If we manage to, we just made a higher low and we've got lower highs. Looking for a higher high. This particular setup that Lee Star shared with me over the past 3.5 years since 2018, 25 of 27 signals when price action moved back up through the teal area that led to a 100% or better gain on the 60-minute. This is a 60-minute time frame. Okay. 25 of 27 occasions over the last 3 years, 3.5 years. So this would be number 28 if we follow through, and that continues. I just went through all the reasons why I think that could happen, looking at the economy improving, etc. Okay, so that's the reasoning behind it. But right now, we've got OPEX coming up. We got less than 60 minutes to go now. We'd like to see the Qs trading above the 50-day by the close. Looks like they're trying to cloud things up a little bit, pushing it back a little bit. All right. VIX popping up again. All right, looking for the last 30 minutes. For buyers and people to close positions. Triple D looking for a breakout, end of day, when nobody's watching. Triple D. Ford, that was a nice run on Ford today. I took some things off there, flagging out sideways range for the last couple hours. All right, let's see the sectors. About 70% are green, 30% are red. Red sectors are semiconductors, consumer discretionary, technology, builders, real estate, communications, and IBB, biotech, modestly. It's only off 10 cents, 9 cents, or excuse me, off 0.909%. Not even 0.1%. Biotechs, let's look at biotechs. They were making a nice, they were improving this week. LABU, off the low. Now here's another one. Spending all of its time below the 9, 21, and 50 day. That's telling you markdown. Markdown precedes or follows distribution, but precedes the beginning of the cycle again. The first part of the cycle is a base. You can see these very large volume by price bands. In this area, LABU has been basing. It drifted a little bit lower. Still in the markdown phase. Hasn't yet started to break above the 50-day. Once it breaks above the 50-day, that starts phase 2. And we look for the following couple of weeks after that to start building price action above the 9 and 21 day, like here on the left side of the screen. I'm not interested in getting long for a swing until that happens. Defense names like RTX, Raytheon, these all change direction. This is basically what LABU is showing you right now. Over here on the left. Distribution leads to markdown. Markdown leads to a base, very brief base. This turns out a turn. Price moves above the 921 day. All three moving averages are stacked above the 200 day. And we start our markup phase, phase 2. That's what I'm looking for on LABU. It's not there yet. Okay, once it crosses over above the 50 day and we get the indices behind us, we've got a very good swing potential. Boeing is doing that. Boeing is trying to get above. That's industrial as well, aerospace and defense. Alcoa is part of that group. Materials that go into planes. Freeport-McMoran, trending. CENX, no, that's not as good. I remember that chart. KLAU, Kaiser Aluminum. Other industrials like Caterpillar, trending. John Deere is below. Is it going to stay down here and start trending lower? We don't know yet. It's got to get back above the 9 and 21 day. 3M, okay, 3M, again, another stock where it was down below the 50 day. All right, we were descending. Price action got back above the 921. These got stacked again above the 200 day. This is your safer entry area. Looking for the follow through. That first couple of days where price action just keeps going and stays above the 9 and 21 day. You buy the dips, once you see buyers step up. IBM, another, I guess you could consider this industrial / value / tech. It's been trending. Since that gap up, institutions made themselves known. Gap and go. Reason why gap and goes work, because institutions don't, I won't say they don't care, but they'll take positions even though it gaps up. Most people won't buy a gap up. Most new traders, because they don't understand what's going on here. It takes institutions weeks and months to build a position. That's why this works. Gap up. That's what was the other one I wanted to cover? Oh, FedEx. FedEx was a good one this morning. That faded a little bit. Looking for that to follow through. UPS, transports, XPO Logistics. All right, that's enough of that. Let's go look at what's still working today. S&P 500. S&P 500. Ford, the winner today, up 6.84%. Ford was a good trade from this morning. Boeing, same thing, bought pre-market. NVIDIA, split 4 for 1. All right, whenever you see these in a percent or most actives, they generally stay in that group. So the S&P 500 percent, these top 10 stayed in here the whole day. State Street, you note that the banks are in here as well. State Street, we got Centene, we got some healthcare, we got some retail. Got a nice mix of stocks. We got chips, we got transports and industrials. All right, let's look at the NASDAQ. NASDAQ, WAFU. I don't know half of these names. All right, let's look at most actives. METX, that was one. Saw that this morning. Dollar stock, not interested in dollar stocks. Apple, all right, was doing well. Was doing well. Can we see a bounce here? All right, FANG stocks don't look so bad. NVIDIA's hanging in there. Looks like Ford might do something in a day. I don't know what's going on there. Ford looks like it could get going again. I'm not going to chase Ford up there. U1. Looking for a follow-through. Walmart talking about spending 2% of its budget, I believe, on black-owned businesses. That includes U1 and others. Looking for this to follow through. Next week, maybe. Apple's starting to pick up. Apple starting to pick up. There goes SPY on the Q, starting to move here. All right, VIX dropping off really hard here. Look at VIX dropping off. VIX dropping off. All right, new low of the day, VIX. VIX, new low of the day. Dropping off. Dropping off. Stop popping off. All right, let's keep an eye on VIX for a few minutes. S&P 500 needs to get above 41.75. I don't see it doing that by today, but you never know. You never know. It's been a very good week. Don't want to ruin it in the next 45 minutes. The only thing I'd be interested in doing now is to take profits off into strength, minimize the target on my back for next week, starting off Monday. Hedgers, the hedges come off. Another way of looking at the gloves come off. We got a lot of options expiring today, so we'll have a clean slate for Monday. For the strategy for me, the best to reassess the market on Monday after about 11 o'clock, see what we've got in store for us. We'll know what the options positioning looks like after we update after the close. And how Gamma and Vanna look for next week. 1968, we're down there at the lows, VIX. All right, can we get an end of day run on S&P? S&P, can we get an end of day run? Can we see 41.88? That would be awesome. The Q's a little bit higher, and the Q's will close above the 50-day. That'll be a big feather in the bull's cap there. Check your stocks, see what's bouncing. If there's anything in the money, make sure you're aware of it if you don't plan on taking the stock home. If you have options expiring in the money. Boeing looking like it's going to go here. Boeing would be a case. I wouldn't mind owning the shares. I got too many options left, so I don't want to own. I don't want to own 500 shares of Boeing over the weekend. 100's my max for Boeing. All right, keep an eye on Boeing. That could get going. And, you know, you're looking at a shiny object over here, and you got something closing in the money in the next 45 minutes. Like 1,000 shares of 100 options on, or 10 options on the spiders or whatever. You don't want to get that assigned to you. Most people don't. CSIQ, higher low, looking for a higher high now. CSIQ. Triple D, looking for a higher high. Higher lows for the last few hours. Triple D. DocuSign didn't follow through today. I was looking for that follow through. DQ, looking for a follow through. GDX, bouncing and continuing the trend higher. Gold, same thing. Gold is higher. GLD. Energy stocks catching a bid, moving higher. Stocks like Halliburton, EOG, CVX, Exxon. Intel, looking for that to push higher. Microsoft, ABCD pattern. B and C are in. Look like we could see a D pivot on Microsoft. Watch Microsoft here. Pinterest, ABCD pattern on Pinterest, going for D now. Pinterest, P-I-N-S. Qualcomm, same thing. ABCD pattern on Qualcomm. Tight Bollinger Bands looking for a follow-through. Roblox. Can we get a breakout end of day? Roblox. I sold calls that I had. VIX dropping off again. Jeez, VIX is really doing us a favor. VIX is doing us a favor, dropping off. Look at VIX. Look at VIX dropping off quickly. All right, so VIX is dropping off. Look at the one. I was looking at the 1 minute. You can see this gap down. All right, big gap down on VIX. Can't get anybody to fill their bid. They just drop it lower. Barry Diller on Bloomberg looks so funny. His glasses are tilted like a 30-degree angle across his nose. Oh, you know why? It's because he got that thing in his ear. That side, they got it, his glasses up higher. It looks funny. Aviators. Trying to be like Robert Redford. Our VIX gapping up in the other direction. Very gappy right here. If we could just close here or slightly higher, that's all I'm asking for. All right, let's go look at AT&T with that merger. Got nailed thanks to cutting the dividend. 3-candle reversal. Still got a 3-candle reversal pushing back up towards the highs. This looks a lot worse. It looks worse than it actually is. You're only down, you know what, 8%? 32 down to 30, $2. That's not that bad. And most likely we'll get snapped up here. We're just kidding. We're not going to cut the dividend. We're kidding. Discovery, DISCA. That continues trending lower. Oi, oi, oi. Great week. Very good week for us. Buying the dip on Wednesday at the 50-day. Some of you got into this, and the Qs did really well that day. Qs did really well as they covered. Some of you asked about that, you know, how the Qs were doing one thing, the NASDAQ composite was doing another, and how, you know, Brent was talking about weird price action and what to anticipate. And then what really turned out happening, dealers don't make the market. Dealers don't push the market one way or another. Dealers make the market. So if the markets move lower and then all of a sudden start to reverse, what are they going to do? They're going to cover their puts so that they don't lose value. Price action reverses. Now they have to start buying futures to get delta neutral. So that's what happened on Wednesday, and we had that buying all day long, and the Qs just kept going. We got 7 trades out of Qs on Wednesday. So Thursday was good, and today's, you know, we're up above the 50-day, 21-day, and now we have a doji. I would love to see a move above 417.50 by the end of the day. That's not too far away. We've seen 20-handle runs on the futures. We could do that. If they start closing some of their hedges today. S&P 500, we do have a pretty balanced number of puts and calls, so that Vanna curve was more like a U shape. Both tails on each side were about the same height. Implied vol. All right, we might get a run here. It looks like we might get a run higher. Let's do that. Let's do that, please. Let's get it going. Let's get it on. A little Marvin Gaye wouldn't hurt. Or some Barry White. Hey, baby. Barry White. Barry White with that voice. Yeah, you mentioned PACB yesterday, Prism. You mentioned PACB yesterday. PACB. I'm not going to take anything in the last 40 minutes of the trading day unless it's for a scalp. Let's see what the daily looks like. Yeah. I'll pass. If anything, what I want to be doing is trimming my positions, taking some of these off. If we get a nice run into the close and we get a move above VWAP in the next 5 minutes, we're going to move above VWAP. Can we run? Run, Forrest, run. Look at the S&P Spider options. We get above this pivot right here and VWAP. You could see a quick run to 417. What do those calls go up for right now? They're going to expire out in a few minutes. SPY, 417 call for today. They are going for 13 cents, 12, 13 cents. Oh, it's almost worth it, right? $4.17. Can we get a run here? All right, 4.17s. They're 13 cents. 4.17s are 13 cents. Watch these light up. Watch these suckers light up. If we get through VWAP, ooh, that would be nice. Ooh, that would be nice. Here we go. Here we go. Starting to light up. All right, they're up 2 cents already. Woohoo, 5 cents. There they go. There they go. Come on, let's get through VWAP. Let's get these shorts to cover. There goes. Futures are going. Futures going. All right, here we go. All right, they're up 3 cents, 4 cents. 4 cents, give me 10. Give me 10 cents. Ooh, Boeing. I'll make sure I don't forget about Boeing. Holy crap. I don't want to get in the money. I don't want 500 shares of Boeing. Thank you very much. There goes Boeing. I didn't want that. All right. We're right below VWAP right now. Right below VWAP. Let's get a run into the close. What's tick cumulative say? It is red right now. The fast signal just turned back up through the signal line. Come on, VIX. What are you doing, VIX? VIX, VIX, VIX. VIX bouncing. All right. BA. Get them to run this at the close would be really cool. Not for the Bears, but for the Bulls. Somebody goosed the market in the last few minutes. We got 32 minutes to go. 32 minutes to go, regular session. And then another 15 minutes beyond that. 4:15 is when SPY and the Q options pit closes. Options trade until 4:15. SPY, Qs. I'm not sure about the IWM. Does anybody know? IWM. I know SPY and the Q though. And S&P.
Reuters reporting White House document shows President Biden will remove manufacturing R&D from infrastructure plan. That's from Reuters now.
All right, we got Boeing is starting to go here.
NCNA, Nucana, getting a pop here on volume. November Charlie, November Alpha.
VIX is starting to drop off. VIX is dropping off. Trying to hold this level in 1960. We closed at 1860 last week, I believe. Come on, SPY.
White House proposal cuts broadband funding from $100 billion to $65 billion.
NVIDIA not able to make a new high. Facebook starting to push above the pivot that we saw around 235, 240. Apple trying to make a higher high. Boeing trying to make a higher high. SPY coming in a little bit. VIX pushing a bit higher now. Roblox, a little profit taking at the highs. Roblox profit taking.
White House memo says Biden ready to accept $120 billion for roads, bridges, major infrastructure, down from $159 billion.
It sounds like they're getting close to a deal.
Bitcoin futures just off the lows, 35,805.
All right, VIX is ticking back up to 1972. Back, no follow through. All right, we're just sitting here watching price action fizzle into the last 27 minutes of the trading day.